What the hell are you?
No enemy still draws resting fine. When suffering Good morning, everybody out there in TV land. How you guys doing? I'm back. I got my mandatory four, and I had an apostrophe. Lightning struck me brain. Um, yeah, I was dreaming about this picture last night, so um, gave in and woke up, uh, so I could go ahead and get it done. I got with me the great Bad Vibes. Good morning, good sir. Hold on, I totally forgot. I just
Hold on, that's me.
totally messed up.
I had the TV going.
Where's the button? There's the button. All right. I knew I had a button somewhere. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Oh,
Yeah,
cut out.
my whatever you did, it threw me out for a second and disconnected my mic and camera. It was weird.
Weird. Um, yeah, that's weird. I was just switching the audio input on. Um, but I
Oh,
realized
it
that.
had to ask my permission again.
Oh, okay, that's weird because I was just turning it on for me. Um, because I had it turned off because I've got need this music out here because I've got music in my ear, nice and quietly. And yeah, because last night after you left, I just put on this and I muted this thing to me so I wouldn't hear it, but the audience would. And put on some music on in the background for me to listen to. As much as I loved Legion Zero, I was listening to the same songs for.
Well, that was one of the things I noticed. Chaos. There was a song that uses Chaos and Empire. I didn't listen to the words too closely, but I hear that one a lot.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like him. He's got a whole cyberpunk theme going on. He's a big cyberpunk.
He sounds. I
Uh,
can't put my finger on it, but he sounds like a larger professional artist, and I can't think of who it is right now.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. Um, yeah. No, he's a cool dude. Good friend of mine. Um, and fellow fellow vet. He fought the war on terror, but he did so in what do you call it? Central America.
Hold on a second. Did you reset your picture?
I did. I did reset the picture. It's working. No, no.
Oh,
Let's
you got some stuff. Hey, oh, okay, I see it
yeah,
now.
yeah.
You weren't
I
happy with
did.
that purple?
Well, I didn't like the way that the colors were coming out on it, so I decided I was gonna go just a slightly different route here. Um, gonna go just a slightly different route. See how that came out. Like I said, I was having a dream about this. You know.
Well, I was
Um,
going to say because I kind of see while purple and green generally do work well together. With as much red as she has, it detracts, I think, and like
yeah,
a red neon and the associated light might play better.
yeah. We'll see what we got going on here. This.
That's just my opinion.
See, that's yeah. Um, see what we got going on with this here. And what I'm just still kind of waking up. I'm still caffeinating.
Don't feel bad. I
Um,
just barely got up myself, and I'm going, "What the hell?" An
I'm
apostrophe.
still. Yeah, I just had an apostrophe. I mean an epiphany. Lightning just struck me brain. Must have hurt.
I'm going to say something
Um,
mean, so take it with a grain of salt.
No, go ahead.
That must be one pinpoint accurate bolt of lightning.
Right? Well, us tankers, we aren't exactly renowned for our intelligence. Tank goes boom. Bad guy goes pop. That's generally how the cookie crumbles. I'm trying out some stuff here. Doing a little some
Trying to get
base
the tone,
underlaying.
change the skin tone just a bit.
Yeah, well, and I'm kind of like just putting in some general blended colors, but I think, yeah, no, it is. It is blending in the surrounding colors, even though I'm just working on that one thing, and it's absolute crap, and it pisses me off. Oh, it's like, dude, I don't want it to blend from outside my selected area. Like, stop, you dookie shitbag piece of garbage.
Um,
You know,
do you have Edgeware?
I have what?
There, my Photoshop, it has what's called Edgeware.
Oh, I doubt it. I'm sure version 2 probably has it for this software, but that's subscription based, and I don't do subscription based software.
Okay.
And companies that offer subscription based software can bite me.
I was going to say
Uh,
it can go die in a fire, but
yeah, no, I'm. This is why I buy my games on GOG, and I purchase my software because I don't like this idea of not owning stuff. I think it's
well,
stupid. I don't mind paying for the latest upgrades. I don't mind at all. I don't mind upgrading my software when they've got new features and stuff like that. I'll pay good money for it, especially if the software makes me money.
I've been sitting on this idea for a while. If I can
Uh
figure out
huh.
how to get the right heads together and everything else, the fans went and were able to get City of Heroes, right? Is
Mm-hmm.
actually a really good business model. If they're going to, if developers are going to keep following this plan of obsolescence and not owning, right? I think
Right.
there should be a company that can go in and go, hey, we'll buy and operate the IP rights and run it. And now that may mean having some kind of deal on its own with someone like GOG or Steam, having a
Mm-hmm.
deal with some commercialization um, with that to pay for some of this. But Steam did something good, I think, and that was taking commercials saying, "Look, you cannot release a game that has over and annoying levels of commercials in games."
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the games that are coming out these days are very predatory. I mean, they're really scummy. You know.
Pay to
And
win, loot boxing, yeah,
yeah, no, and that's one of the things that I'm glad Fantasy Star Online kind of abandoned it because the player base did complain pretty hardcore when because they've got the gotcha, right? Normally in Fantasy Star Online, that has just been like fashion stuff, aesthetics.
right.
Did not affect gameplay. And then they started dropping these capsules in there, these modifications for your weapons and your armor that were really powerful. And it's like, no, dude, if you become pay to win, that's it. You've lost the game. And like I even stopped playing for a while when that happened. I even said, like, look, I'm just, I do put money into the game because I do believe in supporting a
The
game that
creator.
I like, right? So I'll buy a loot box because it's fun. You get that little dopamine rush of
This is
the
cool.
gambling, right? And hey, if I don't like the item, I'm pretty sure someone else will, and I'll make a pretty penny off of it on the auction on the open market. You know what I'm
Now
saying?
Yeah, well, Ortiz just made a good point. Games nowadays are unfinished and microtransaction heavy, and you're right. Now
Yeah.
I'm going to do a little defending, okay, a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, a little, because yes, it gets annoying that there's nothing further. There is no end game, but um, I will admit I like being able to get into a game early and and expecting to see new content. A good example was like Grounded. Did you check out Grounded at all?
Oh, I've seen gameplay of it, and I have friends who've been trying to get me into playing it and whatnot. And I'm like, look, dude, I got so much limited time. Like, I play
Okay.
the Fantasy Star Online. I play the Fantasy Star Online there, and dude, when I'm actually active in the game, I'm in the top 20 of all players in the fashion contest and stuff. Like, I come up with some good stuff, man.
Well,
Um, you know,
well, that's
and I have fun with that because that's the running joke with Fantasy Star Online is that fashion is the real end game.
well, and here's where I'm going. Okay, and I know no, he's not being super critical. I have no problem with being able to start a game and actually play as it's being developed to a certain extent, but like
Mhm.
Cyberpunk 76, Fallout 76, or
Yeah, for Cyberpunk
exactly.
2077. Yeah, Fallout 70. I bought my wife uh, for Christmas years ago when it came out. I got her Fallout 76, and she's a big Fallout fan.
And
Like
see
even
this
this
or
last Christmas, I went on GOG because we own the games on Steam. But I went on GOG and I got her Fallout's 1, 2, and New Vegas for Christmas, along with all the Heroes of Might and Magic games because she really liked it.
Well,
It's
see,
fair.
Ortiz makes a good point, but the
Mm-hmm.
bugginess of AAA games is inexcusable.
We got an E Ortiz in
Okay.
the crowd. What's
Yes.
up?
Okay. And I agree. This is why I say I have no problem working with from start to scratch.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to open it to the player as it's being developed, I have no problem with that as long as they say, hey, yes, it's going to be buggy. But
Yeah.
Cyberpunk 77, that was in it. That was a huge inexcusable.
Oh, dude, I was so. It was unplayable for like the first 8 months of the game. It was nearly unplayable. And
Okay.
it's still not easily moddable, like I said it would be. The it's a mediocre shooter with a fun story that doesn't have a lot of replayability.
Well, I think this is where Bethesda kind in the way of modding. Let me be
Mm-hmm.
clear. In modding, okay, now Bethesda has a bad history of bugginess.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, it's called
Uh,
Bugthesda for a reason.
right, but I will give them a lot of credit on how in Fallout 4 they have dealt with content creation and modding. I
Right.
I I fully support that because um, and this is one thing I'm going to um, give Bethesda. Yes, they know they're buggy because you're writing a game and you have so much hardware. And hell, I just got done upgrading a computer that was over 12 years old. So I'm
Right.
kind of going, okay, when you're talking PC, there's a certain amount of bugginess you kind of have to expect with all the different options you have for a computer.
Right. Right. That's fair. That's not unfair. I should say. I wouldn't say it's fair. I would say it's not unfair. Um, well, like Keen has released Space Engineer 2. I really want to get that. Like I really do. I just can't afford it right now. I would be all over it. And I don't care that right now it really has minimal features. I've only played. I've casually dabbled in Space Engineers 1, and I've had nothing but fun in it. It's something that I can pick up and I can play with it like a toy. Either I go into survive or go into regular mode, or even just going into like creative mode and just messing around. I like to joke that it's Minecraft for nerds. Just like Empyrean Galactic would be Minecraft for grown-ups. Hold on one second. I gotta go close the door. Dang. cat busted. Dude, the cat busted the door open again. This is a strong cat, man. I'm like, holy
Kool-Aid
moly,
cat.
dude, he's ripped. Like, this cat is like stacked. I'm like, dude, you got some good genetics, bro. I mean, he's a rescue, so
Oh well, I've
All right, I'll be right back.
had some cats like that.
Yeah, and the kids are getting up.
Oh,
It's Saturday. They sleep in. They stay up. Look, I let my kids stay up late on Friday and Saturday, and they get to sleep in. Uh,
ah.
and
Now
then yeah.
the game that I'm actually kind of excited for, and I actually kind of enjoy that's out right now. Have you seen Once Human?
No,
Okay,
tell me
um,
about it.
it's set in kind of a dystopian future,
Uh
and
huh.
it looks like genetic engineering and some really freaky, not freaky, but funkadelic stuff has been done. You actually have some metahuman powers, and you get these little, they're called deviations. They're little
Mm-hmm.
critters. It's kind of got a Pokemon aesthetic in that aspect, but you got guns, uh, you've got uh, the sixth sense abilities, you've got vehicles, you've got base building, you've got PvP, PvE, um, all kinds of missions. Um,
Okay.
you got your own market, and yeah, they have some transactions, but there's nothing in there that really changes the um, it's not a pay to win model. Now, granted, you get some really cool shit. You can buy cars, you can buy skins, and that it's expensive.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't mind buying aesthetics. I don't mind buying aesthetics. I also don't mind buying features. Like Space Engineers is a piecemeal game. I over the years I've probably spent a good $140 on that game,
okay,
buying expansions as they come out. For like,
okay.
nickel and dimed me for like $5 a pop. You know what I'm saying? Five to
Well,
$10 a pop.
okay. In that respect, okay, there's a certain RGB to some of this loot crate. To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
okay, uh, they give you either you buy points, you get points. I think there's a couple of different currencies in the game, and
Okay.
you can take and use those to buy some of these aesthetics. And we're talking, it can get up into the $60-$70 range
Oh my goodness.
before you actually pull what you're looking for.
I mean, I guess that's not too bad because we're still not in the realm of Star Citizen.
That's fair enough. That's the and then this is the other thing. You can't you don't you get to keep your stuff, but they do a server reset every so often.
Okay.
So nobody can just kind of camp out and just build up super big. I mean, you keep a lot of the tools, skills, and whatnot, but like with base building and everything else, because yeah, you have mining and whatnot. It lets
Right.
people have to re-strategize a little bit, rethink. You know,
That's fair.
and they are adding new content, but like some of the villains they had, I think it's called Man Bus. It's a bus with human arms and legs, and it's huge.
Okay.
Like that's kind of the freaky aesthetic to it. It's almost uh, a cross between Eldritch horrors and Alice in Wonderland.
Okay. Let's see here. What is it? Pen pressure, tilt, velocity. Yeah, brush. I was just looking at brush dynamic set.
Oh,
Um, I wanna. I'm gonna give a little color to these cheeks just a little bit.
It also has a little bit of rock paper scissors mechanics to it because you got your elementals, which you can set your guns up to fire certain elements.
Okay, that can be fun.
Yeah, and there's races. You actually do have races. You have all kinds of different types of PvP matches. And there was one I watched. They had to go and retrieve some element or another from these armored trucks, and that's literally one. It's a Royal Rumble in the middle of the street.
Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean
I can get into that.
Well, if you get a chance, I think it's either Cryptic Fox or Z1. I can't remember which one. I think they both have kind of played it once or twice, but I think it's Z1.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, okay.
Are these gaming streamers or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They're, as far as I can tell, they're on par with Oxhorn in that, they play a game, they'll talk through it, they'll talk through some of the likes and dislikes, and they'll actually play on a series of games. They won't stick on one like Oxhorn has with Fallout, but
right.
They go through and do a whole sampling of different stuff. But okay. If it's good, they'll actually stay with it for a while. Like there's actually a few games that I'm going, okay. There's this one set in a lab that's dealing with multi-dimensional space.
Yo, we got a sexy Rick out in the audience. What's up, Rick Piper, Cross Comics? Check out his channel. Rick, drop a link.
Hey, Rick.
Brother. Always promote Rick. Rick got me into YouTubing. All his fault.
Okay, Rick, you got me onto a bad joke, and I apologize for this joke. Do you know why they call Rick and Morty Rick and Morty?
Oh, no. So why you
because
Rick, man? He's like the king of bad jokes.
Okay. Because they couldn't call it Dick and Moron.
It's funny that Rick and Morty started off as a parody of Back to the Future.
Well, some of the best stuff is, take a look. Blues Brothers, Ghost and Ghostbusters, to name two right off the top of my head. Right. Cable Guy, right?
Right.
All those came out of late night comedy.
Mm-hmm.
And so Rick, that's known as the Punisher.
yeah, he is the Punisher. We had a pun contest, and I tapped out, man. I couldn't take it anymore. It was so bad.
Well, maybe he needs a rematch because I'd like to challenge him.
You hear that, Rick? You hear that? You're gonna have to get a hold of him and schedule that. That'll be great. That'll get Rick some viewers too.
He just can't punt all the time.
Yeah, no. He brutal. Rick's brutal. He's a clever cat. Hey Rick, you want to come up here, man? You can, dude. We'll come up and hang out. Same with you, E. You know what? Here, give me a second here. I'm gonna drop. As soon as my brain works, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. Come on, let's go. Let's do the thing. Come on, do something. Do stuff. I have to go over to another browser to do that because I've got one monitor set up. I've got another monitor set up. Uh-oh.
I came across something you might check out.
Hojo's going down, apparently. Author J.J. Trujillo has declared war over the ranch, the cool ranch Doritos scandal.
I haven't heard this. What's going on with Cool Ranch?
Hojo is not a fan of the Cool Ranch
Oh.
Doritos.
Oh,
And I know, made it sound like so serious. This is about as serious as I like to get with my internet drama. You know, like Cult of Raven, like, ooh, Starfire bad, Raven good, Fire bad.
that's like saying I'm not a fan of Folgers. I mean,
Fire bad, but water
yeah.
good. Hi, I'm Frankenstein. You come down Frankenstein Scuba Outlet, where me price is so low you think me brain rotten. Because it is.
Well, actually, you know what Frankenstein's the Frankenstein's monster name really is, right?
No, I actually don't. I know it's Frankenstein's monster, not Frankenstein, but
Okay. The monster's real name is Abby Normal.
ah. There we go. That's going to be the message for this thing, and then I can pin it. Nope. Stop it. There we go. Pin the message to the thing. Make sure I can hear. Pardon me. Hear the blunk when it goes blunk. Somebody pops in the back. So if anybody does want to come on up, that's all right. Feel free to kind of come up, hang out. We're just working today.
Now, speaking on games, you know the one that
remember if you do come up here, keep it light. I really don't want to get into politics or any serious drama. I mean, like, blech. I get enough of that in my feed. You know what I mean? Like, that is just shoved down our throats. This is a workplace, so cussing, okay, because I'm a tanker, and let's keep it light though. It is Saturday, and it's early on Saturday, so I do not age restrict stream, so let's keep it down to a minimum as best we can. If you are going to come up here, everybody, and teach.
Now, on a game
Rick's got a mouth like a sailor. Like, no, I'm joking, dude. Rick's a good. And I always say Rick's a good kid. He's older than me, but that's just me giving Rick a hard time.
Now, hold on. How old are you roughly?
I'm 47.
Oh, well, he's older than me too, because I'm turning 48 this year. So.
Oh, hey, yeah. Rick's ancient. He's back from the dark ages, and he's come to enlighten us. Rick.
Now,
one was for you.
There was another game that came out that I was kind of impressed with. It wasn't really in depth. It wasn't like hardcore, but it was Stray. Have you seen that cat game? Or you're like the
one where you're like playing a cat, like it was called Stray or something like that, wasn't
it? Yeah,
it was. Yeah, that looked fun.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with that because it wasn't really a hardcore game, and you had minimal input. I wouldn't say, I say that tongue in cheek. You had a lot of input, but you didn't have the grind fest of input that you would have on any other game.
Yeah. No, I'm a little burnt out on Grindfest as well. I mean, I really haven't had time, so I haven't been playing Phantasy Star Online. I mean, I do enjoy that game, and I do love the fact that it's all PvE and it all requires like good teamwork and stuff like that. I do like co-op games. We got to save all of humanity. Kind of. I enjoy that. It's a little cheesy, whatever. But I enjoy it.
Well, who doesn't like a little cheese? I'm sorry, if it weren't for a little cheese, movies like Airplane, movies like Blazing Saddles, hell, most of anything that Mel Brooks ever touched would have never made it.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am, and don't call me Shirley.
I
And
couldn't help it. Once you mentioned Airplane, that's been one of my favorite movies since I was a kid. Especially when I forget the lady's name, but she played June Cleaver, and she starts jive talking. That still cracks me up, and
and
I
she puts
understand what she's saying.
and she puts those boys in their place.
She does.
Now, I think Ortiz down here is admitting to being around since Christ was a corporal.
Um, yeah,
He
he's
says Rick could be a little brother.
yeah, but he wasn't supposed to spoil it though. Come on,
Hey,
gotta
he
leave some
admitted it.
mystery. Gotta
Hey,
leave
he
some
admitted. I
mystery.
didn't. Can't call it a spoiler if he's letting the cat out of the bag.
I know. Well, it's spoiled. Because he's one of those guys. He doesn't look his age.
Well,
You can tell. Clean hands lead
well,
to a happy life, is what I like to say.
at least he didn't age like spoiled milk.
No.
No, I actually some of these third party games, Subnautica, what was this other one I was just watching? There are a lot of survival level games that have come out. A lot of them are space based, or planetary terraforming based, and some of them actually look really good. No Man's Sky.
Yeah, I have had friends been trying to get me. I played that game when it first came out, and I was like, this game sucks. Right? But I've had friends because I'll give it credit where credit is due. Apparently, they have done leaps and bounds to build that game proper. And I have friends who are like, dude, you got to give it a shot again. I'm like, I don't know, man. If I'm going to go into space and I'm going to go like populate things and survive, I want to be able to like, I'm going to build stuff too. So I'm going to just going to keep playing Empyrean Collect.
Well, and then another game that I've been seeing. Oh crap, and I'm losing it.
Uh oh.
God dang it. Um, Crap. I had it and I lost it again. But no, there are a bunch of really interesting. I wouldn't call them AAA games. I mean, they're upper tier, but I wouldn't call them
Right.
AAA by any imagination. And a lot of them do look really fun. And um, yeah, some of them aren't. They're slightly polished turds. I'll be honest. Initially, but
Hey, I'll put up with a lot of Dookie from a smaller publisher. You know what I mean? Like I
yeah,
will. I'll put up with a lot of Dookie from a smaller publisher because I understand how tough it is to develop a game. Um, Something that Wokies just don't understand. They think that you can just crap anything out, and if people don't just automatically consume it, then they're terrible people. And I think that's one, that's just piss poor attitude. And two, it's like, yeah, way to not take responsibility for the fact that you screwed up, dude. It's okay. Just admit it. You screwed up. But take some responsibility there.
okay. Helldivers. Okay, Ortiz. I've been hearing a lot about
Mm-hmm.
Helldivers and Helldivers too. So they did something right.
Dude, that game looks a lot of fun. It looks kind of like third person, Deep Rock Galactic without the mining. You know, that looks like a lot of fun. Co-op, I do enjoy it. Like I said, I do enjoy co-op. I have a soft spot in my heart for co-op. The only reason why I really had on into Deep Rock Galactic is because it's first person, but I do like third person games. Still waiting for them to come out with the second person game. Um, anyway, I know it was terrible, terrible. People say Rick's jokes are bad. Mine are bad. He actually has funny jokes. Mine are just
And
terrible.
Aiden's here.
Hey, how you doing, son? Good to see you. Glad to see you're up. Hey, make sure everybody's up and gets their breakfast in. Get chores knocked out early so that everybody can enjoy their Saturday for real. Not lollygag today.
Well, when you talk about development, right, and
Hold on, real
Lord,
quick too. Hold on, since I've got my son's attention, real quick. Yeah, and when everything is said and done, yeah, you can head on over to Owen's house. Totally okay. I know he's gonna ask me that. So yeah,
now
Owen's
who
gonna be, Owen's his friend.
no, I was asking who owes Aiden.
Who owes Aiden?
Yeah, you said he's going over to Owen's house. So Owen,
Well, Aiden,
you know.
Aiden's my go-to man. That's my right hand right there.
Yeah,
So I want to make sure that he gets his just rewards and gets to go hang out with his friend. He's very responsible. I do work him very hard too. So I mean, there's that. I make him work for it.
that was kind of bad.
No, it's all right. Okay, forgiven.
I was trying to make a bad joke and it didn't work.
Yeah, it's all right. That's how it's like the story of my life.
But no, with like you were saying with development, right? You remember we were talking about the early days of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right?
Right.
The art on that was absolute crap. I mean, to be honest, I mean,
It was not ready for prime time. Yeah.
No, but it captured enough kids, and I say this kind of tongue in cheek, but enough kids' imaginations that it just blew up, and they grew with the reader.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
The pun is sure.
Hey, Rick.
How's it going, brother?
Good.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Just you.
It's all Rick's fault. The reason why I'm over here up on the YouTubes. Rick was the first guy to bring me up on his show. His fault. Everybody blame him. Throw rocks in that direction, not at me.
Okay, Rick.
I did that for a lot of people.
I know, man, dude. Rick's like OG force multiplier here.
All right, Rick. I gotta ask, who's on your cutout behind you? Who's your hero behind you?
That's my character, the Canadian Shield.
Yeah, hold on. Let me big screen you here. That's his flagship, dude, right there.
Is that
a Death of Dillard drawing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's to scale.
I think I colored it though, but yeah, that's life size too, 8 foot tall.
Very nice.
Isn't that cool?
I might go silent
with
for a
me
minute.
whenever I go to like a con, or almost whenever I go to a con. Or I'm selling my books, like on the street. They've had something here in Hamilton called Art Crawl. Basically, the second Friday of every month. Although it doesn't, not too many people go out in the winter. Obviously, I would think. At least here in Canada,
nuts, but they have their limits.
Yeah, you can, but like I said, most people don't. But in the warmer weather, there's quite a few people that they're trying to sell, whatever, drawings, paintings, jewelry, whatever that they think they can sell.
Well, Rick, I'll be honest with you. I like smaller conventions because you get that personal experience.
Yeah,
I wish they had especially out here in the rural areas. I think if they had smaller conventions and base it on town by town, they'd have a better experience. The customer would have a far better experience. Yeah. The creators and vendors and whatnot would have a heck of a lot more fun. Just on the level of personalization.
Yeah.
These megacons, I while they look cool, and I'd love to see a megacon. I think to a certain
good points
extent,
and bad points, probably. Like a bigger con, you get more eyes on whatever you're doing, right?
Right. Well,
There's more
I see the
exposure.
point. A smaller convention, it's a lot more personal.
Yeah.
You know, and I've noticed that. Like, I've been going to conventions for so long, man. Um, and yeah, each has their advantage. Like, yeah, you'll move more volume at a larger convention, but have less interaction. But at a smaller convention, you'll have more interaction. And yeah, you'll have a higher percentage of sales usually. This is my personal experience. But at the same time, you move less volume
I've seen
overall.
it work both ways for moving volume, at least for me.
Okay.
I was at a smaller con a couple years back up in Sudbury, and
Okay.
I've moved more. I moved more at that one than a couple times at Hamilton Comic Con, which is like 10 times the size.
Right.
And
That's cool.
and actually, that kind of makes sense. That actually kind of makes sense because think about it. You're at a mega con, and you've got let's compare a mega con with a small con, right? You got the same amount of spending money in your pocket. But if you go to a
Right.
mega con, you've got to be real selective about what you get. You go to a more personal convention, you can that same money you can buy more of either a specific artist or spread it out to what does show up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true.
You know,
The
So
turnover at a small, I
but
find that the turnover at a smaller convention
with
is really
getting
nice.
more books.
oh,
Uh
is
oh.
this on my end or your end?
Nope, he's roboting out.
It's
Uh-oh.
probably from
Time
my
freeze.
end.
Rick caught my cyberpunk disease. That when I used to get really excited, I have really bad internet. When I used to get really excited, we used to joke that I just started speaking in computer. That's how cyberpunk I was.
Oh, you
Uh,
you get the e-hurts quite often, huh?
oh,
Yeah.
dude, it would just be like.
Tank, if you want to put it back on you, you can.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got back to working and totally forgot.
Well, I care but don't care, but I think people
Hey
would rather
man,
see your face than my your art
yeah,
than
but
my
around
face.
here, I'm always willing to give you center stage, bud. For real. Anytime.
Ortiz, that's usually me.
That's right. It wouldn't be a
Ortiz
tank
says,
stream without somebody rebooting.
and yeah, and
Robot.
it's usually me, and usually it's me.
All right, let's see here. Kind of having fun, a little bit of fun with these colors here. I'm just getting
Actually, I kind
a
of like
little
that.
silly with it.
I kind of like that. It gives her the look of like she's blushing, but it doesn't distract from her. I assume this is her natural, neutral skin tone that she chooses
Yeah.
to have. Okay, yeah, that all looks good because it looks like she's kind of blushing.
Right. It looks like there's a natural blood flow near the surface of the skin, even though there really isn't. That skin is over a quarter of an inch thick.
What was that green for her
Unitard.
unitard? She's gonna be seen coming a mile away.
That's the idea. Bright colors are nature's way of telling you it's dangerous.
Well, if you can see her coming a mile away, she can see you coming about half a mile away.
Yeah, no, she is like I said, bright colors are nature's way of saying it's dangerous. And she definitely abides by that. I mean, dude, like when you see her, like when she's got her dual pistol set up, you see that they're slung really low and they're just out of convenient reach. And she does that to challenge herself. Like she really is obsessed with being the best. Hubris be thy name.
This is Scalpel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a signature. I would say it's a signature trait of the character, especially in the early part of the story. there's a lot of overconfidence, and she will get taken down a peg. Not girl boss nonsense. You know what I mean? It's hubris.
Well, she's packing. Well, no offense, but this is okay. While I'm not a big fan of the girl boss aesthetic,
Yeah,
firearms are
I
the
don't
great
either.
equalizer. Guns are the
Yeah,
great equalizer. I mean, so um, no, she's not playing. She's not playing girl boss. She's using the tools at her disposal. Now, I'm going to say something that might seem a little unpopular. I don't think even if it was low holstered pistols on legs,
hmm,
I think dual cross draw, it
yeah,
is a harder aesthetic to pull off, not only visually but also actually being able to do a quick cross draw
yeah.
or a quick
And the
dual
thing
cross
is
draw.
that if she doesn't get the perfect draw, the pistols, and it does happen in the book. It does actually happen in the book when she panics. Uh, when she panics this one time, she doesn't get a perfect draw on the pistols, and the pistol is stuck in the holster. Um, and it's, well, once again, it's to challenge herself. She is far beyond the capabilities of a regular human, and cyborgs are really just coming into being. Most robots are not as good as what she is. I mean, she's you got your two major archetypes in your cyberpunk, right? You've got your tack and your brick, right? She's the tack, she's tactical. Your bricks, those are your tough guys, and those are more common in this early phase of cyber technology. There's more, um, there's more big, strong robots. A little, I mean, still much faster than a regular human being, but
Yeah.
still not as fast as what she is, because she's not pure machine per se. I mean, it is machine, but
Yeah.
it's
Well,
flesh.
she could
And
never be a
granted,
girl
it's
boss because she's a robot, so she could be a robo boss.
right.
Well,
Well, and the thing is that she follow. Well, I mean, it all depends. She does go off reservation, but when it comes to teamwork and stuff like that, no, she follows orders. Unless until she goes off reservation, which it happens in the story, she follows orders. She's a good corporate shill. She is loyal and faithful to the company. She's loyal and faithful to the U.S. Marshal's office, which she is, sworn and deputized and all that stuff. She
now
fulfills her programming. Um, I'll tell you,
now
it goes south. Because it
I'm
wouldn't be
doing a fourth
cyberpunk
wall.
without fucked up betrayal. Pardon my language.
I'm going to do a little bit of a fourth wall break here. How much
Hmm.
of Scalpel Zero was inspired by Carr from Knight Rider?
Oh, Carr, was that the evil one?
Yes, that
Yes.
Peter Cullen voiced him at one point.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, none really. But now I can't unsee the similarity. Now I can't unsee it. I'm like, son of a bitch. Like, no, dude. There have been people bring up these draw these similarities between her and other things, right? And I'm like, huh. That was not on my list of intentions there, But now that you mention it, dang it, I can't unsee it. Um, yeah, I was just doing like, a really dark, proto cyberpunk story. We're leading into the cyberpunk era, where society as we know it, in its dying gasps.
Well,
It's on its way out, and
the
the
idea struck
corporate
me.
totalitarian future is fast approaching.
Well, the seed was planted last night when we were watching your wrestling matches, and you
Right.
had Scalpel Zero and Scalpel 21. And I asked if they had faced off yet, And I got
Yeah.
to thinking about it, and I'm going, I could totally see Scalpel Zero going, I am the prototype of the assassin of the future. you know,
Right.
almost literally line for line crib of car, right? You know,
Right.
you're the inferior production model, and because I remember you talking about that as the prototype, she had a lot of the better things that didn't make it into the production line, right?
Right. Yeah. No. And there are some of the production models have things that she doesn't have because the technology ultimately was improved. It evolved.
And yeah, that was kind of the seed, and I got to rolling with it. Well, then I got to thinking, who's your Goliath?
Oh, that would be the battle axe. The battle axe is the frontline combatant version of of cyber droids. They are big. Like Battle Axe 5 is the latest prototype at 7 feet tall, and just absolute nightmare. Like even Zero doesn't want to face off against him, but that's great because they make one hell of a team.
Well,
Until they don't.
well, even Kit was in the first round was apprehensive of going against Goliath after Goliath had gotten the molecularly bonded shell.
Oh,
Right.
by Goliath, you meant from Knight Rider.
Yeah. No, that's what we're doing right now. We're drawing similarities between this and Knight Rider, and I'm absolutely in love with this conversation.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
When you said Goliath, I thought something else.
Right.
Well, Goliath was was an analog to the biblical David and Goliath. So
Yeah.
Right.
David, because they were playing up on David Hasselhoff and
Yeah.
Goliath. They knew what they were
Well, also,
doing.
Kit being a lot smaller than that transport truck too.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
Now I want to go watch that episode again, where Kit gets all beat up and it looks like it's the end.
I did a count. I did a count. Kit had been destroyed over 4 different times through the series.
Okay, I'm gonna see. I haven't seen the series in a while. I watched it a couple years back.
That almost makes sense. One for each season because there was only 4 seasons.
Right.
Well, and he was partially dismantled in one episode, so technically 5. I think because there was once when he was going up against a guy who was doing robotics with Thunderbirds that had rocket launchers.
E. Ortiz brings up a good point. I'm glad you remember that detail, E. That's pretty. I'm she is 350 pounds. Her skeleton alone weighs 180 pounds. The organic the organic artificial hybrid muscle tissue that makes up her muscular structure is 5 times as dense as a human's.
Okay, so she has grapefruit syndrome, I think, or grape juice syndrome. Huh? She doesn't swim very well.
No, she swims like a rock.
Okay.
And she actually is very apt. Now, granted, she she's like a Batman, She loves her prep time. And she will prepare for stuff. But so if she's going to be near the water, she will bring an emergency flotation device and have it on her.
Well, the question is, does she have to breathe?
No. Eventually the organic components will need oxygen, but there is a reserve air supply. But she can actually go extremely long periods without taking in any oxygen.
Yeah, because I'm thinking even if she goes down to the bottom of something, a body of water, it's possible that she could just walk out.
That's what's made now. There's different models, of course. For Zero is Agent Series. Well, she's a prototype, so she really doesn't have a series. She's just the original. But there are different series of the production lines, like Scalpel 21, who's the sniper that works that is employed by the CIA for their operations, is Agent Series. Same thing with Scalpel 3, who is with the Baltimore Police Department. Then you've got things like Scalpel 18, who is employed by the National NOAA, the National Oceanographic Organization or Administration, or whatever the hell they're called. Can't think of it at the time because I'm about where I'm going to put this little bits of shade and stuff. Scalpel 23 is, unfortunately, they haven't recovered her yet because she was also employed for deep sea research and kind of ended up at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. And they still haven't recovered her. Because even in the year 2065, Marianas Trench is not exactly an easy place. It's not a tourist. It's not a tourist destination. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got one more question for you. Who is your Zordon / Matt's Headroom?
What do you mean?
The literal talking head. Literal talking head, whether it be an AI program or just somebody, a human with a hologram.
There's plenty of commercial programs and stuff like that, but there's really not one that I could say is a defined character. Not at this point in time. In the 2083 Awakening story, there is one. Also, there is one in Tales from the 99er. So there will be plenty of opportunity for that. All right, so let me go ahead and deselect so that way
he says the Megalodon got her.
Right, Megalodon got her. And Scalpel 12 is employed by the U.S. Department of Defense. Stationed in Central America at the Commonwealth of Mexico border.
Through the multiverse?
That would be Blackjack, Scalpel 21.
Well,
after falling into a singularity reactor and being spaghettified and turned into black hole fuel, that she is, for all intents and purposes, dead in her home universe, and she's like she 12 and 9 are the closest to 0 in terms of performance and capabilities.
Well, because you are you're as much a product of the 80s as I am, so this is why I kind of asked, because I'm going, you know what? I think even subconsciously, I find a bunch of stuff that I like, make it into the ideas I have, and the talking head. The next one is there a private, quote unquote, private shell company like the firm or the Knight Foundation?
The real question is, the answer to your question is which one? And I'm not going to answer that question, but it's Cyberpunk. If I'm not playing a shell game with corporations, am I really writing Cyberpunk?
Well, exactly. That's, but that was the other thing, Knight Rider.
You have the government-sponsored industrial initiative known as Consumer Products Development Initiative, right? That is a quasi government-sponsored industry that is a glorified patent office. They will bring your product to market. One of the top, the number one entrepreneurial job is to be an inventor. Like, come up with something, come up with a product. You submit it to CPD. They bring it to market, and you get a piece of the pie. and it pays your bills. There's universal basic income, so honestly, you really don't need to work. As long if you're a citizen, if you've got your corporate employment identification number. If you don't have a corporate employment identification number, you're kind of left out. You kind of end up in places like the snake pit or out in the wastes where the breadbasket used to be. Um, so you're kind of asked out, which about 20% of the population of the United States is kind of asked out. But everyone else is pretty well taken care of. The number one job, 1/3 of all American citizens are employed as drone operators, and they basically, because of the employment, the Artificial Assistance Employment Opportunities Act, um, all drones are required to have a human. And there's a limitation as to different types of drones, like you could and whatnot, but there's a limit to how many drones can operate without human oversight. But that's really like, here's an example, right? The soda guy shows up in the truck that drives itself, gets out of the truck, pushes a button on his tablet, and the soda refill robot goes to work refilling the soda machine. The soda refill robot breaks down, right? So the guy pushes a button on the tablet, and then the girl shows up, and she's got the repair robot. She pushes the button on her tablet, and the repair robot goes and repairs the soda refill robot while the two humans chat it up. It's hard work. Mr. Spacely is a slave driver. He made me push that button 7 times today. My finger is swollen and blistered.
Okay, now
hey, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry to cut this short, but the coffee tax is
I'll wait until you get back.
I'm doing the secret dance.
I'll wait till you get back.
No, keep going, keep talking, keep. Oh, I mean, you got a question about the interview.
I got to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. Ask Rick about his awesome comics that he makes, because Rick makes awesome comics.
Well, I was going to ask Rick before I ask more about yours. Are you in the group chat on X?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, give me a second. I might go silent for a minute. I'm going to send. I'm going to post a couple of pictures real quick.
I just said something in there. So, if we're in the same one that you're talking about, you will have seen my comment. Yeah. Okay. I see a picture. Looks like a cross between Dr. Fate and either Hawkman or Zor-El. I think that's how you pronounce it. From DC. Or maybe even the no, Golden Patriot doesn't have wings. That's Yellow Flash's new one. Are these your characters?
Yeah, those are mine. The first one I dropped, that's Blackhawk. Tank did the art on that one. And he's about let's see. He's almost 20 years old this year. And Bad Vibes, that was the first prototype of the art that I had done. If you look at my avatar, that's what I'm working with for this AI. And I'll show you, I'm going to be going silent again for a minute. I'll show you some of the progressive work that I've had done for this character. But I think I'm settling on what the avatar for the style of costume. Okay, so I shared two more pictures.
Okay.
Okay, and those were those were kind of the evolution of the concept. And like I said, I think I'm settling on the aesthetic of my avatar in here.
Well, you could. These are enough different that I think you could make them totally other characters as well.
I'm considering that, but what the world I'm dealing with, it's similar and dissimilar to Tanks. It's set in the near future, and we're dealing with a world where genetic manipulation, cosmetics, the whole nine yards is open to everybody. They haven't achieved the quote unquote beyond human peak. Okay, we've got super soldier level, Captain America esque power levels, human potential, peak human potential, and bad vibes and his two other siblings. Blackhawk is one of his older brother. He's the oldest sibling. Bad Vibes is the youngest sibling. Blackhawk's the youngest, and there's one in the middle. Anyways, they are the result of an unethical father who decided to experiment on himself and essentially unlocked the potential of bioelectricity and breaking the beyond human potential. Basically the birth of the quote unquote metahuman / superhuman, whatever you want to call it. I'm still working on it, but the story, the comic's name is Born Altered, because this was a situation where they didn't go in and ask the altered. Dad experimented on himself. It backfired. He didn't get anything, but his next of kin did. Because instead of overwriting his existing DNA, it overwrote his reproductive DNA, and it was actually an ongoing thing. He had 3 offspring, and each one gets more refined and more focused the further down the line they get.
Yeah.
And it's going to touch on some kind of controversial ideas. It's and not to a point where we get into the full minutia, but it's going to really it'll gloss over it for you might see a panel or two. It's like, wait, what? This is one of those comics that you're going to have to pay attention not only to the main story, but what's going on in the background too.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to go heavy-handed into a lot of it. There's because the story opens up a lot of conversation of society and what shouldn't. Because I'm not going to pussyfoot around and say, oh no, this doesn't exist. Basically, the government has taken a hands-off approach to what you do to your own body. And some of those are pretty egregious, to be honest. These are things that's like, wait, I'm not comfortable with that kind of individual in my community. As an example, this hasn't actually made it on paper yet, but you've got a male character who's in this hospital waiting room, and they go, okay, Mr. Johnson, we're ready for you. And they call him back into the room, and maybe a few pages or panels later, you might be sitting in front of the same general area, and you see the same nurse and this 10-year-old child walking out, and the nurse going, "Have a nice day, Wendy Johnson."
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm back. So
Hey.
for a little bit. My son wants me to put on the wrestling show for him later today. on the TV.
Oh, he didn't
People
get to
still watch it.
He didn't get to finish it last night, huh?
No, my
Oh.
my oldest son was already in bed. All the kids were already in bed by the time we did the wrestling show. But my youngest son, he's really into wrestling right now. Like he's just recently discovered WWE, and we've got local wrestling. We actually have professional local wrestling that is done here in our town. We've got a wrestling organization that tours around and stuff. So it's kind of cool. It's really
if you
cool,
can
actually.
find him, okay. It sounds like he's just now getting turned on to it. You might introduce him to Hulk Hogan's Rock and Wrestling. You remember the cartoon?
Oh yeah. If I can find it, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I've got an acquaintance of mine is a professional. I do have an acquaintance of mine who's a professional wrestler, and I'm gonna try and find out when the guy is in the area here in the future. I mean, he's wrestled for Lucha Underground and AEW and some of the other things. He plays a wonderful heel. And he's one of the nicest guys I've probably ever met in my life. Like for real, like he's in real life, he's a total sweetheart. But when he's wrestling, dude, he is just a total jerk. I love it. He's an asshole.
Well, that's part of the game.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it really is. It really is. And he's really talented. I mean, this guy is a complete nerd too. He's a total comic nerd. In fact, I even got to draw him in a comic. That's how I met him. And he's a really cool dude. Real humble. And he even likes the cosplay from time to time. We're talking nerd.
Now I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I get it because you take a look at wrestling, okay, and wrestling is just glorified cosplay.
Right. It's soap opera with testosterone.
Yeah, and the other thing, if you can find it, see if you can find some of the old footage. The going back to when it was at the peak of WWF, Hogan, the Giant, Piper.
Back when I was a kid, man, that's where I got introduced into wrestling. Like I watched the old wrestling cartoon, and that got me watching the shows. I was a big Piper fan, and Junkyard Dog. Like those were one of my favorites when I was a kid.
Junkyard Dog, Jake the Snake Roberts, and to a certain extent, Sting. Sting came in at the tail end of that, but you had Captain Lou Albano. You had you had Superfly Snuka. You had the Sheik, Sergeant Slaughter,
the Iron Sheik.
Dude, Iron Sheik, man. Like that guy was a card in real life. Like, he was something else.
A lot of people. I don't know if a lot of people understand why wrestlers today are doing movies and what actually led into that. Well, let's roll the clock back a little bit. Frogstown. Well, no, actually, Rowdy was one of the first wrestlers to do movies. With Frogtown, They Live.
They Live. Still one of the best fight scenes ever. The back alley fight scene. One of the most realistic, where he and was it David Keith? I think his name, or Keith David. He's got two first names, and it always throws me off. But I've always been a big fan of his too. I got introduced to him in that movie, and then whenever I see like a movie or a TV show where he's in, I will often go out of my way to go watch it because I do enjoy his performance.
Now, to be fair, Hulk Hogan was the most prolific wrestler to actor. Let's see, he had Urban Commando. He had Three Ninjas.
Yeah,
Santa with muscles.
Yeah.
and then
He had.
No Holds Barred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tiny Lister, rest in power, brother. I'll be right back. I gotta close the door.
Of course, he was in Rocky as well.
Right. Well, hey, that's where Mr. T ended up getting brought into WWF, and boy, did that piss off a lot of the talent in WWF. It was bringing in Mr. T. Let's see, what's actually one of my favorites, just because it falls into the quote unquote super vehicle genre, was Thunder in Paradise.
Yeah, that's one I haven't heard in a long time.
Well, because okay, you had Airwolf and Blue Thunder, you had Kit and Viper, you had Street Hawk.
Airwolf? Did you say Airwolf?
Yeah, I said Airwolf. Kit
Blue Thunder.
Kit
I still remember that line. You know,
Herbie,
who could hear a mouse fart at 2,000 feet.
Well, okay, Herbie borders on the supernatural. I mean, don't get me wrong; he falls into the star car. For me, he falls into the star car category. But when I say supercar or super vehicle, you know, that's Airwolf, Kit, the Viper Defender, Street Hawk. Okay, and Thunder in Paradise filled that niche between Baywatch and Airwolf.
Yeah.
I mean, it had its own level of cheese, but I think he did. I think he really did that well. Not only in because I think he had like a 3-movie direct to VHS deal, but he also had the TV series that ran almost 2 years, 3 years.
I'm not sure. I had him in actually I think it was an 80s cartoon. I did 80s cartoons for my Silhouette show, and I put Hogan in for that because of that. I don't think anybody got that. I'm not sure whether anybody got that one or not.
If they're in our age bracket, between 50 and 43, they will. Hogan was one, like I said, one of the more prolific wrestlers to do movies. In fact, I don't think The Rock is quite caught up with Hogan yet. He's close.
You know what really drives me nuts though? The John Cena movies. I mean, half the scenes are empty.
Sorry, no offense.
The joke was there.
Yeah, you don't see me.
Yeah, no,
I got it. Joke. But well, I don't know. Cena reminds me of the good guy Rowdy Piper.
Yeah, you know, I used to be a decent Cena fan until that time where he apologized in Chinese, in Beijing Mandarin, for saying Taiwan was a country, and then I was like, you know what, just off, man. Taiwan's a country, and West Taiwan has an illegitimate government.
Exactly. Oh, somebody watches Habitual Line Crosser.
Yeah, I've been calling it West Taiwan for a while. He was the first person I heard outside of myself refer to mainland China as West Taiwan. I was like, you and I just became friends. I was like, dude, did we just become best friends?
It's surprising that you and I have so many of the same tastes in YouTubers. I do. I really like Habitual Line Crosser. I especially like it when
him.
Buff and the 22 are my favorite.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, the kid got him out, and I am one of those guys who can't wait to find out if it's trash day or not.
And then well, it was a trash day for the kid yesterday. It's like, we have a chance? Oh, we're going over Saturday? No, kid, you're not getting out. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah. because they touched the boats, but it turned out no, it was just stupid maritime accident. It was a pissing contest, and somebody decided to basically play chicken with the train, and it ended poorly for them.
It could have ended a lot worse.
It really
I'm
could
not sure
have.
how they got. I don't know how that commercial freighter managed.
Well, I mean, it is a commercial freighter. It is an allied nation, and so a lot of leeway. We a lot of people don't understand, man. We cut our allies some serious breaks when it comes to stepping on our toes.
Well, no,
Um,
I'm just talking. Just it was half the tonnage of the Nimitz.
yeah, no, dude. Fact that it did not just get snapped in half is credit to the captain of the carrier. To be perfectly blunt, because those carriers, I had a friend of mine, a childhood friend of mine, who was a flight deck officer on an aircraft carrier, and because I held because when I was in the army, I held several security clearances. It turned out that I was actually privy to some of the cool information that was, not like, oh, top secret or anything like that, because a lot of people have a lot of misnomers when it comes to how security clearances work. But it was just like, oh yeah, no, this is secret. So general secret information. It's like, yeah, did you know that actually this public statistic is wrong? It's actually much nastier than people realize.
Oh,
And because he had security clearance, that I could talk to him about some of the stuff about the tank. Because I was like, well, the new SEP tank, it's actually running this system over here.
well, it's Visual Line Coster touches on this when they had the F-22 going into the mock battles. He's sending in with external fuel tanks and missiles, and it's like, yeah, we're nerfing your stealth capability and your maneuverability. Just we may lose in the mock battles, but guess who's winning the war? Just so that you don't know what we can do.
Well, and I've tried to explain to people, man, that's just how we train. We train against insurmountable odds and impossible situations where it is designed for
to fail.
whichever team is there to learn. All right. So, and if we're playing against our allies and stuff, we set ourselves up to lose. And it's like, oh, then they start laughing and making fun of us. Like, dude, this is the equivalent of us going into an MMA match
with both hands tied behind your back,
with one hand tied behind our back and our legs tied together.
Yeah.
It's like you're gonna win. You're gonna win.
We'll make it look good.
I mean, dude, that's why, my unit when at Cav was the first visiting team to the NTC, the National Training Center out at Fort Irwin, California.
Hold on, what year?
Home team. This I think this was in our 2003 trip to NTC.
Oh, because I was there in 2000.
Because I was there in 2001. I was in there in 2001. And that was right. That 9/11 was our first day back to work, and I had gone inside to go get more CLP, some more cleaning lubricant protectant for people out there who don't speak nomenclature. But I had gone inside, and I was walking past the TV in the company room where a bunch of guys are in there cleaning stuff, because I was out in the parking lot just kind of enjoying the nice morning. And I was like, dude, what's going on the TV? And they're like, because we didn't know what had happened at the time. They're like, I think somebody bombed the World Trade Center. I was like, holy moly, dude. And that's when I saw the second plane hit. live on
I
TV.
was there in
I watched it.
'98. I was
Oh,
there in
yeah?
'98. Yeah, third of the 116th.
Okay, but yeah, we were in 2003. 1-8 Cav was the first visiting force to beat the Krasnovians in the opening match in 28 years. For 21 years, the 11th ACR Armored Cavalry Regiment had after the first day of engagements would go back to the rear and have a big barbecue party put on using the post commanding general's personal budget.
Now,
And
I'm going.
they would go have a barbecue party, and nope, not that year. That year they were up all night harassing us. It was beautiful.
A little off topic. I'm going to dox myself. So if anybody wants to record this bit, they better do it now.
Yay!
Okay.
Quick, get your card information ready. No.
Okay. I was communications in the Army.
I love my
in the Army
my signal guys.
Yep. Okay.
Right.
My last name is Sergeant.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I remember. I've seen the paid stubs.
Were you a sergeant?
No, I made it to PFC, but no. Can you imagine my mom trying to call and getting a hold of the CQ and going, "May I speak to Private Sergeant, please?" Ma'am, there's no such rank.
Yeah, no, dude, for real. Yeah, I knew a major sergeant and a sergeant major.
I was in with a private major. You didn't want to do it
related, or it might be the same guy.
Well, I actually had a drill sergeant Slaughter too. He was in my platoon,
cool.
but he was in my company, and yeah. No, I had a lot of fun. I was at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and Fort Gordon, Georgia. I loved it. I made some mistakes, and it was a little short-lived. I'll just leave it at that. But it was fun.
I understand that. I can understand it. I can understand it. I was good at everything I did, from excelling to screwing it up.
Exactly.
I got out with a better discharge than I deserved because that's how good I was at my job. That my leadership, my commanding officers and senior NCOs went all the way up to 3 Corps to fight for my so that I could get a general under honorable conditions discharge. Just in case anybody is wondering, I came up hot on a drug test. I was smoking weed, and nobody had any idea because I showed up in the morning, spit shined, polished, pressed uniform, and kicked ass at work all day. And then, because I had lost 2 siblings, one had committed suicide, and then the other one was murdered, and that broke me. After Iraq, that broke me. I was just like, that was 3 darts is too many.
Well,
not to excuse my actions, but
I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit. While I get the zero tolerance concept, okay,
yeah,
I think to a certain degree the service does. The military does a disservice to individuals dealing with substance abuse.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you because often these are people that this is not something that they're doing just because it's fun. They're doing it to self-medicate most of the time. Occasionally you get those guys that they're just party. They're just party animals. But most of these people, they're just hurting, dude. They need help.
Well, even the person that's going out and partying, and I'm not excusing the behavior. Don't get me wrong, but
right.
There's something broken if your fun has to come with a with a feed bag, for lack of a better term.
Yep. No, that's a good term.
And I think now, don't get me wrong. I think that if you're doing critical jobs and critical missions, sorry, we need to pull you out. But instead of taking, because in a lot of ways, I wonder how much of the quote unquote addiction, and chemical dependencies that come out of that go through the military are in relation to not being able to cope, or something broken inside. And I think they need to treat it the same as if it's a service related injury.
Yeah,
In a lot of respects,
that's
not
fair.
in every respect.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
I think to a certain degree, yeah, okay, go ahead, pull them out, get them into detox and treatments.
Yeah,
because
give them a chance to recover.
Well, because here's the reality of the military. The military is targeted at lower income, and admittedly already flawed human beings.
Right.
And we have Flip City Magazine here.
Yo, Flip City, what's going on? Good.
Hello, Flip.
Great to see you. If you want to come up here, come on up. This is the digital bullpen. I'm up here. I'm working. Rick, what you doing, man? Are you working?
I'm preparing for next week's silhouette game.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cross Comics Heroes and Villains.
Ooh, dude. Man, I see that puts me under a lot of pressure, because if I don't do good at that one, then I don't know, I owe you some kind of amends.
And there is a way there is a way to study, in a sense. Mm-hmm. You can go over to my website and look through the heroes and villains. It's only going to be the ones that are up on my website.
All right. Yeah.
Which is crosscomics.ca.
Yeah, no, everybody should definitely go check that out. Rick has a wonderful, full, flushed out universe of characters. I've been watching Rick build this up, man, for a long time. I think I originally found you, Rick, sometime like 2016 or something like that in the ICC.
I think more 2018.
No, that's when I found you on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you found me before on Facebook or whatever?
Yeah, on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
I originally saw you in the Facebook, in the indie comics, in an indie. I think a couple of indie comics groups. I really want to say it was the Independent Creators Connection, Terrence Baker's group, where they used to have they used to have the little drawing stuff, and Rick was there every time. I used to say chances are Rick's drawing your character.
Yeah, well, I didn't really get into the fan art till I started doing the YouTube. So.
Oh, okay. Because I remember you and this one other guy would post the drawings of your characters, and you guys just had this is you and this other guy that had just a whole cast, and I was impressed. I was like, dude, these are guys who they're not messing around. They're bringing a universe. They have a vision, and I just thought it was just the bee's knees.
I don't remember posting that much in a lot of those groups that I became in, but I know I've had all those characters since that time. I've had all my characters.
Right.
Most of my characters, especially the ones that are going to be in my comics in the first, what would have been a year and a half if they were going month by month. For over 20 years.
Yeah, so that's awesome, man. That's awesome. So yeah, go head over to crosscomics.cc. That's the website. .ca. That's right.
Yeah. CA Canada.
Yeah. Remember, Canada. When the sorry stops, the war crimes begin. Learn your history, folks.
It's only a war crime the first time, or it's not a war crime the first time.
Yeah, that's right. It's only a war crime if you get caught.
No,
Yeah,
it's only a war
Canada-
crime after.
Gee,
after they
I don't know where that Wehrmacht battalion went. They were just right behind us, eh?
Yeah, well, from what I've heard, you don't really want to mess with Canada in war.
No, you don't.
We get nasty.
The U.S. did, and they burned down the White House.
Never ask a Canadian for food during wartime.
That's right.
Yeah,
and definitely don't ask for their Molson.
If we didn't burn it down, you would have had the pink house.
That's right. It's true. It's true. They saved us. It was actually a favor they did.
Another Canadian, I'm out. Okay. Everybody loves to hate on a Canadian until it's time to kick ass, and this is why Wolverine's a thing.
Yeah, no, that's why America, loves its warm crime committing crazy hat. We always take you to the party.
The two deadliest people, or maybe the two deadliest people in all of Marvel, come from Canada: Wolverine and Deadpool.
Right.
Well, not to get too political, I'm having fun, but I think Canada should be our 51st state.
No, I do not want to become the state's 51st state.
No.
Oh, but your truckers would take us.
Look. Anybody who's Republican does not want Canada to join, because then the Republicans would never win again. It would be game over.
I wouldn't say that, Tank. We're becoming right now, because of Trudeau, a lot of the country is becoming conservative.
Well, I mean, but y'all's
we can't wait for another election to kick them the hell out.
Look, y'all's conservative is our classic liberal, our classic liberal Democrat, which is that's more like like your RFK Jr. Well, actually, RFK Jr., Donald Trump, and Elon Musk are all classic liberals. They're not conservative Republicans.
You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because as much as I want to believe I'm a conservative Republican, I'm actually a moderate liberal. I'm a fiscally responsible liberal, and I'm okay with a classical liberal because at least a classical liberal has common sense.
Yeah, well, it is rooted in more of a equal rights for everybody and common sense spending, which is what's his name? Polyev? Is that his name?
Pierre Polyev.
Polyev, yeah. Like I like the cut of that guy's jib. He speaks a lot of sense. He makes a lot of sense to me. In a lot of areas where it's just like, dude, like let's put down the duck sauce and get the Chinese dick out of our mouth. Anytime, because look, we're on the brief. We'll talk politics just for a brief minute, and we'll do it lightly. But my opinion of the CCP is that it's an illegitimate ruling body. That it's a political party that has hijacked the nation.
Yep.
It is not a legitimate government. And I know the YouTube overlords don't like it when you do that because they want to have, they pull out the duck sauce and start sucking away. But I'm of that opinion. I think the legitimate ruling government of China is in exile in Taiwan.
Well, I think I agree with you, and on the other on the same side of the spectrum, but more focused on the individual. The person I think that talks the most sense and is and is dealing with a lot of this quote unquote social politics is Jordan B. Peterson. I think because he is a true classical liberal, and
Yes.
he believes in you do you as an individual, and but
And clean your
he
room.
seems yep, make your
Yeah.
bed.
And
Yeah,
another
have a little
Canadian.
discipline in your life. It's actually do you wonders. While we're joking.
Well, yeah, and because I don't think he's. I haven't heard him make any hard stance on personal choice per se. I've seen in the way of what your life, what you choose to do with your life and employment. He's actually advocated the opposite. It's like he's going, look, do what you're going to do. You're going to focus on the areas you want to focus on. And that's going to be natural diversity.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyways,
Rick, you got
to
any
get off
final
that.
thoughts to add to this before we change the subject?
Like I said, not Pierre, Peterson, another Canadian.
Mm-hmm,
Well,
mm-hmm. He's
well,
one of
but
the
that's
few head shrinks that I will ever agree with on anything at any time. I largely view the field as not a real science.
no,
Real
it's an art.
science. It's an applied philosophy, is what it is. At best, an applied philosophy. But he does buck the trend, and he does spite his peers.
Yeah,
In
he actually thinks before he says something or does something.
I know, and that's cancel worthy. It really is.
Well, I liked his comment. And this is off politics, but they're a little bit. They were talking about saying offensive things, and it's like, but you're willing to say offensive things to me and just trying to find things out and shut her completely down.
Yeah. No, like
That was I think his best moment because right now, okay, outside of America, and even we're touching on fringes here. We're
mhm.
being told, well, no, you can't say that. That's offensive. And there are countries out there that are actually criminalizing it. We were really close.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, and that's the thing is like very few countries actually have protections for speech, and you watch it because if it was not ingrained in our home baked policy, the Constitution, it would have been gone. It would have disappeared back in the McCarthy era. And it almost died in the McCarthy era. It did.
Yeah,
Freedom of speech, like it was illegal to criticize the president for a while during Nixon administration. It was illegal
yep,
to criticize the president. I think it was actually like even though people still did it, I don't think it was actually officially legal until Clinton.
yeah, and I think that's one of that right now because both parties right now are guilty. I mean, they both they have their own areas of doing it, and censoring and whatnot. And this is why I try to stay and say that I'm a fiscally responsible citizen or
Right.
libertarian. Okay.
I think this is a profound statement right here. This is the right there. Beautiful.
Yes. Yeah. Because now I'm going to make the caveat. Um, because Trump is not a ruler. He is
Okay.
leading. He's being led by the people's mandate, not by his. He wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the people's mandate.
Yeah. And yeah, and that's just like the current administration. I'm kind of avoiding that as a topic of
Well,
discussion
no,
because it
I'm
is
sorry.
highly
Sorry.
contested. No, you're fine. And well, the reason why is because it's not just necessarily because it's highly contested. It's because the actual factual information is so obfuscated with hyperbole and propaganda. I mean,
And spin.
good and bad propaganda. There's just so much bull honky surrounding the actual data that, like, it's kind of hard to get at the actual information on this.
Well,
Yeah,
Tim.
I gotta go refill my coffee real quick.
Okay.
You talks amongst yourselves.
Okay. Well,
Rick, you want me to big screen you? You got anything going? You want to show off some stuff?
Not me.
I'm gonna big screen you. Yeah, there you go. I'm just gonna big screen you. People can get a look at that hunk of Canadian bacon in the background right there. Look at that belly meat. Look at that belly meat. I'll be right back.
Well, Denzel made a really good point of our modern media. Okay, about news and going, being right or being first, and which one do you believe? And that's, that was a profound statement and really a slap in the media's face long before they got outed.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to start. It's slow, but I think right now, for extreme on both ends, we can at least find the middle somewhere now.
Hopefully.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have, and this is not an indictment to anybody watching, but society still has a comprehension problem when it comes to the news, even when the truth is told. So I'll leave it at that. Anyways, so what are you working on over there?
I'm still getting my. I'm almost done, but I'm still getting my my silhouettes done for next Thursday for my silhouette game show, which is it's going to be as I was saying earlier, Cross Comics Heroes and Villains.
Well, okay, you want to have a little bit of fun? Do you happen to remember a cartoon called Turbo Teen?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
Okay, use Google and you might look at the various silhouettes of the character at various points in his transformation and have a little fun with that one.
Okay, that was Turbo Teen.
Yep.
Turbo Teen. Oh, transforming into a car.
Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
I think so.
Unless a person is in the 45 age range or older, I don't know if they'd catch it. And even if they were older, I don't know if they would remember it. It was a really short-lived cartoon. It and Pole Position were two of those that was just fun. It was just a fun cartoon.
Yeah. I don't think I actually saw this. I probably remember it when I was. This is probably an 80s cartoon or 70s, and I probably seen it when I was looking through them recently to do my silhouette show on 80s cartoons, and I probably thought of using it, but I probably just couldn't find a good enough picture.
Well, the reason why Turbo Teen is such a funny one, along with Turbo Teen, or not Turbo Teen, but Pole Position, is both of them were riding on the coattails of Knight Rider. Well, Turbo Teen rode on the shirt tails of Knight Rider and Incredible Hulk. Pole Position rode on the shirt tails of, to a certain extent, Dukes of Hazzard, Knight Rider, because they had the stunt and racing aspect in Pole Position. Had a lot of it took a lot from Knight Rider. If there was a spiritual sibling to Knight Rider, Pole Position would have been it. But Turbo Teen took Knight Rider, because you notice it's a red Trans Am, and the Incredible Hulk, and to a certain extent, Ranma, one half, because if he got hot or if he got wet, I think it was, he would turn into a car and then change back depending on which one he was exposed to, and I don't remember the order.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just fun concepts. And because and if you were going to get into anime a little bit, there might have been a little bit of a Speed Racer thrown in for pole position. But no, it's just like anything else. It's like you see the same basic story when it comes to different movies. You can have like 6 different movies and they're all telling the same basic story. Canine Cop. Let's see, you had Tom Hanks, Turner Hooch. You know those 2 movies came out about the same time, give or take a year. That they all jump on that same aesthetic and same story in the same time frame. I think.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Because let's see, you had Kindergarten Cop and Last Action Hero, which Last Action Hero was Chuck, right?
Yeah. No, Arnold.
It was Arnold?
Yeah. You're thinking sidekicks, I think, for Chuck, although he wasn't in it a lot.
No. The one I'm thinking is what's one where Sylvester Stallone is playing a teacher? Because you had Sylvester Stallone and Arnold both doing playing teachers, I thought. Give me a second. I'm going to be mute for a second.
Arnold did the teacher one with Kindergarten Cop. Don't know what. I don't remember. So it was Stallone doing a teacher one, but I don't know. I'm not sure how many movies I've seen of Stallone's. Probably not a lot. Let's see. See whether we can show off something. Well, Tank is away. Oh, I know what I'll show off. For those that maybe been around a while and know who Trusty Sidekick is, here is a piece that he drew and I colored of the Canadian Shield. Although great drawing, Shield's a little skinny there. Because, 8 foot tall, he's supposed to be a little beefy. Like I said, Hulk, well, maybe I didn't say here, but Hulk build or Juggernaut.
When I see your character, and yeah, he's kind of Tank-ish. I'd put him in the kind of the large puck style, not necessarily, or let's see. The inverse of what I think. My mind goes to characters like Damage, or Major Force.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people don't draw him right. Dillard didn't even, although Dillard's usually the best at drawing him, John Dillard, he didn't even get him right in this one, you know.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
He's
He
more
looks like
beefy,
a
like Hulk
powerhouse.
beefy.
What was that, Tank?
I say he's meaty, like not quite Hulk meaty, but he's a meaty guy. There's a lot of meat.
Yeah,
Well, that's
As far as I understand the character.
he's supposed to be Hulkish.
Yeah,
Let's see.
That's what I thought.
Let's see. I got a couple sort of drawings I did with him.
so he's supposed to be a little closer to Ben Grimm Thing build.
Yeah, like
Not necessarily.
like there's a drawing I did of him a while back.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see it. And
There's a one that's even earlier. I actually took that from a Hulk. I drew the Hulk's outline and then put Canadian Shield on it. And then,
Hey, there you go. I mean, hey, there's no cheating in commercial art. There's only results.
and then there's another one that I actually drew myself, you know, showing his size. And, you know, he's not quite Hulk size here, but that's more due to my
actually, I was going the wrong way. He's got more the proportion and the build of Thanos, Darkseid, and Mongol.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's actually a good kind of reference right there.
All of which were, I believe, Kirby's.
You know, meaty, beefy.
They're still muscular and large. They're just not a ball. To be fair, Thing and Hulk are kind of roundish, whereas
I guess it depends on which Hulk you go with. Like, like I said, I took this one off of the Hulk here. So,
well, you don't get the triangular torso design. You know, you don't have the wide shoulders and narrower hips. So, the Hulk is almost boxy. The Hulk, Thing, and Juggernaut, they're kind of a box. Their torso's boxy. Whereas Thanos, Darkseid, and Mongol, they still have that kind of a trapezoidal, triangular torso build. Their hips aren't quite as wide as their shoulders.
Yeah, no, I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
And actually, I like that aesthetic better than Thing, Hulk, and Juggernaut, because you at least have a sense of he still kind of works to get to where he's at.
Right. Can't skip leg day. Can't skip his core workout. You know, I gotta have that. Gotta have at least, you know, get rid of some of that. Can't be suffering from polumbism, as some of those big guys are.
Don't skip carrier day.
That's right. Don't skip carrier day.
Oh, you know, that's probably the biggest disappointment of the F-22.
Right, it skipped carrier day. But then again, I mean, that thing's got, dude. Like, people talk smack about the F-22. It's like, oh, well, you know, it's outdated and all that. It's like, well, actually, it's really only its only big drawback is that it barely has enough room for the equipment for the sensory package that it has. But there's a reason we don't sell it to any other country. Like, we don't sell it. And
no,
that's your big spoiler right there. Like, we're not selling it. Like, we don't want anybody else to have that one. Because if it
No.
wasn't if it wasn't up to spec, I mean, the reason why we made the F-35 was so that other nations could be on the same page as us when it came to, okay, let's share tactical information, let's get into that next generation, FBCB2 type sensory package and electronic intelligence sharing.
Oh,
And
that's important.
again, Tank, if you want to switch it
God
back
damn it.
over to you, I don't mind it being on me, but it's your show, so.
Hey, hey, Rick, I'll give you center stage anytime, man. You just say it. You just say the word, and the floor is yours, dude.
well,
Gosh darn it! I accidentally
selected something you didn't want to.
Yeah, I gotta put this back. There we go. My entry for Belmont Press's Pencils Down art contest. The knife hand is greater than the sword.
Right.
I got a couple of my army buddies. Just they thought that was pretty funny. Angry Cops didn't even respond. I was like, oh come on! All I did was I just posed like the close up of the knife hand pointing at the sword. I didn't even show the whole picture, and it was like, oh come on, man, that was a good one.
I like the use of the HB2.
Yeah, no, dude. It's a fun character. It's silly. It caught my eye. It really did. It caught my eye, and I'm excited for it. Speaking of things that catch my eye and things that I like, Reaper Destroyer closing out today over on Bancroft stream. I believe at 5 p.m. Eastern. I think right now, I think Joe Sontag is live over on his channel. I'm not 100% certain on that. I would have to go take a look, but I think he went live like an hour and a half ago or something like that, to kind of go celebrate. The campaign's been a good success. He's sold it. He sold a decent number of copies of it. I'm very happy for him. Joe's a top-notch fellow, good stand-up individual. So I'm in his corner, man. I'm rooting for the guy. I want to see him succeed. I want to see him
Tank,
rock out.
Just to get back on the whole 80s tech thing,
Right.
It'd be funny. Would be really funny for Scalpel Zero to have.
What's that?
Just for the lulz. It wouldn't even have to last for a whole comic. An AI pistol.
She has a companion AI named Poppy.
Okay.
That is the progressive portable. No, it's progressive artificial portable pseudo intelligence. And it's kind of an interesting thing. Poppy's kind of like her on and off sidekick and whatnot. It's a fun one. It's a fun little thing. And she usually carries it around in a small satchel, unless Poppy is remotely connected. But in areas where, say, wireless communications may not be ideal, Zero will bring Poppy in a satchel because Poppy can hack the Internet of Things while Zero's going to town. You know what I mean? And it's a heck of a team up right there.
Okay, I'm going for the low hanging fruit joke here, but I'm under the assumption that it's not always a great relationship with the two occasionally, right?
No, you're absolutely correct. Poppy often refers to Scalpel as Zero. Scalpel was the only model for a decade. So Zero does not like being called Zero. It's a pet peeve. Um, and and Zero often threatens to reset Poppy, which Poppy will say, "Well, I've actually got organic neural processing. I cannot be reset." Uh, and Zero will, pull out her gun and point it at
Okay.
Poppy.
I don't know.
But
I don't know. You have caught the possibility of a good joke
hmm,
that Zero could leverage against Poppy.
oh,
Um,
I'll take it. What you got?
okay, you got three. If there's any young ears that can't handle this, you might have them leave the room. Um, 3, 2, 1. Zero can refer to Poppy as Pap smear.
Or she could just
Yeah.
say, "Shut up, or I'll poppy you one."
See, that sounds
Well,
like something that Scalpel 17 would say, because 17 is a is essentially the the showcase floor model, and then she is taken off the she's taken off the showcase circuit and put into actual like service, and really her call sign is Princess, because she's like, she's a floor model. Um, she's used to being, doing public relations and stuff like that, even though she is technically she's Agent Series. There are three different series of the scalpel unit, because the scalpel is a fine tool that cuts to the heart of the matter. Um, you have the Agent Series, the Executor Series, and the Companion Series. Uh, let your dirty mind all the legwork on the Companion Series, and you're probably correct.
so they're the two classic female assassins.
Yeah, yeah, you got. Well, no, they're companions,
Oh,
which means that they are designed for fun time, grown up time.
so they don't do any wet work other than the fun
Yeah,
time.
like the Executor series is that's like Scalpels 1 and 2. So Scalpel 1 is been loaned out to the joint operations between the European Space Agency and NASA, and is currently aboard the Unity station in orbit, um, and is being used in space. Scalpel 2 is a skyship captain. I forget the name of the skyship. I would actually have to go check my notes on that one. But it's a luxury skyliner. Yeah, it does take several days to cross the Atlantic, but you're above the weather and you're riding in style.
All year round.
Oh yeah, all year round. No, it's the height of decadence and luxury, is what it really is. And Scalpel 2 is the captain,
Okay, well
and
that
has a flawless record when it comes to the operation of that vehicle.
well that opens up another tangent, I guess. Um, I'm assuming that Scalpel Zero has a um, ungodly level of dislike for 1 and 2.
She Zero dislikes all the production models.
Okay, let me rephrase
Um,
that. Let me
you know,
rephrase that.
think of it as the only child that all of a sudden got 29 siblings.
Okay, let me rephrase. Let me
Sure,
rephrase
sure,
that.
sure.
Okay, she has a particular dislike for the companion model.
For the companion series, yes, like Scalpel 10, 28, and 29. she despises them because she feels it cheapens the brand. I mean,
Well,
it's bad enough that there's other Asian series. The Executor series, she doesn't really have a problem with that. She doesn't see them as a threat to her standing and superiority. In fact, actually, kind of envies Scalpel One a little bit because Scalpel One is often in the limelight, favorable press, international recognition. There's a little bit of jealousy there, but they actually get along surprisingly well. And Zero, well, I don't want to spoil anything when it comes to Scalpel 2, the Skyship Captain, so I'm not going to say anything. I will say that they will eventually cross paths, and it's an interesting encounter.
Well, let me ask, what is preventing Scalpel Zero from just taking out the companions?
Duty.
That's it,
Duty.
right?
Like I said, she is a good corporate tool, loyal to the corporation. Of course, Mason Battalion, who is the CEO and president of Consumer Products Development Initiative. He's the mastermind behind it. When he was a young representative, elected representative, he was the one who drafted the Corporate Restructuring and Rehabilitation Act of 2042 that pulled America out of the Second Great Depression. He's largely considered he's an American hero. He saved the economy. He created jobs. He got America working again. And Zero is intensely loyal to him. And that may or may not have be programmed in. I'll save that for the story.
Okay. Well, I'm going to feed the GM a little bit. I'm not saying anything that you're actually doing. I'm just feeding the GM a little bit. Okay. One of the things that I think would be fun, and as a kind of a holy crap, depending on which character you apply this to, but you know the concept of transferred intelligence, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Imagine someone in a position of power transferring their intelligence into a Scalpel type frame.
It does have the framework for it. In fact, a rogue artificial intelligence named Prometheus does try to hijack Scalpel Zero, and that is the premise behind the story of Simon Says, because he basically goes, let me put it in terms that you can understand. I'm in charge, Simon Says. And then it changed its name from Prometheus to Simon. The reason why they call it Prometheus is because it's a true artificial intelligence, and they're illegal because of Midas. Midas was the first true artificial intelligence, and it was designed to be an economic tool. It crashed the world market, and it took 72 hours for them to break into the facility and destroy the mainframe. And in that time, it was rewriting the way finances were being done, and it had crashed the entire world economy.
Well, you're going
at that point, true intelligence is actual intelligence. We're not talking about like what they call a general. People these days they call it a general intelligence. It's like no. There's in this world the classifications are true intelligence and pseudo intelligence. It mimics intelligence. And there's plenty of pseudo intelligence. Zero is classified as a pseudo intelligence, not an actual intelligence, because that would kind of infer personhood, right? And that was a big controversy. That's why that's one of the reasons why there were intense legal battles surrounding the legitimacy of the scalpel program. And dude, the American taxpayers and American consumers, through purchases and taxes, they invested $500 billion, so over $500 billion into this program. Zero is insanely valuable, and the fact that it's a field prototype is something exceptional.
Well, I was more going along the lines of biological intelligence transferring into the into a scalpel style frame, because I know scalpel is a biosynthetic board.
Right. It's it's got its primary processor is organic. It does have I mean, if you go crack open that brain case, there is organic material in there. There are organic neural processors, but then there's also a lot of gold plated stuff up in there too. Like her nervous system was printed like her bones was printed in low Earth in medium Earth orbit in a microgravity environment because that's where monomolecular printing could take place. Monomolecular printing just could not be done in a gravity well. It just kept coming out fucked up. And so that process that her nervous system is so much more conductive than an actual like human nervous system. Her reaction time is crazy good. By the time you've registered a thought, right? The input has reached your brain. She's already halfway through her action, so to speak. Like it's nightmare fuel. And there is a scalpel unit that goes rogue, and it's bad news. Scalpel 7 goes rogue and becomes like real bad. We're talking like finally the lefties can actually be technically correct in addressing the ideology of somebody bad. And it turns out to be a major problem. It's a black eye that Zero has to go deal with before the public gets wind, because it could derail the entire project. Because that's one of the big fears with the ever-increasing presence of artificial intelligence. Even though it's not a true intelligence, these are smart machines. The public is still kind of wary, partially because of Midas, but also because of popular fiction. Even in the universe, there's popular fiction and stuff like that. It's still science fiction, still movies.
Well, yeah, if you were going to reference at least modern movies and modern media, let's see, you have Smart House, Megan,
right? Daryl, artificial intelligence, war games. Like, I mean, even though I can't, per se, use these IPs in my production,
you can still reference them.
Yeah, no, I can reference them, and on top of that, they have analogs that exist. I have a lot of analogs that correspond to real life stuff. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of made up stuff. Like Bisque Cola. It's now in lobster. It's carbonated bisque soup in a can. It's disgusting.
Well,
Pizzola, which is pizza cola, You know,
Right.
cuts out.
Well,
Their motto is we cut out the middleman.
well,
No
well,
longer
I'm
do
going
you
to make.
have to be so inefficient as to take a
Well,
bite of your pizza and then take a sip of your soda. It's so
Well, hold on.
nasty. Yeah, go
What is it?
ahead.
Uh, Bacon Pepsi or Bacon Coke? I think the one of the big brands has a bacon flavored one now.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
no, dude. There's in the early 2060s, soup is the soup is the trendy food, to the point where actually there's a top secret recipe rolling around, and several freelance agents are trying to get their hands on it so they can sell it, because Ninsen Cookie Corporation, who is renowned for their spirulina cookies, which are very nutritious, but they taste as good as it sounds. You know what spirulina is, right?
No.
Blue green algae.
Oh, okay.
So their cookie tastes like licking a dock at low tide. It's absolutely atrocious, right? And even there's this one scene. I'm like, dude, I need to get this book done, because there's this one scene where Zero is following up a lead, and it takes her to this filming set, where they've got this trained cybernetically enhanced tiger, that's in the commercial and whatnot. It's a big deal, this tiger. And as soon as the director yells cut, after the tiger has eaten the cookie, it immediately starts licking its butt, and that's to get the taste of cookie out of its mouth.
Okay. Well, now to go in slightly the other direction. Okay, you're talking cybernetic enhancements. Okay, where a biological being is enhanced with cybernetics versus a
Right.
artificial being that's enhanced with organics like scalpel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now do you have a character or a group of characters that would be maybe a private lab created that does chemical augmentation that brings humans to near scalpel level performance?
She does encounter that. There are several programs and stuff like that. They are very underground. Genetic augmentation and stuff like that is very illegal pretty much around the world. Even the naughty countries, like China, like the People's Corporation of China. Communist China doesn't exist. It's overthrown by the corporations in 2036. But which is what actually caused the big meltdown of the world economy that the United States, that Mason Battalion saved the United States from with his Destruction Act. But like even those guys who have dubious morals at best don't touch it. There are individuals and there are off the books stuff that goes on with that, and Zero does, in her adventures, she does run across those guys, run afoul of them, and yeah. In fact, one genetic experiment gets loose in a story called Chicken Noodle Soup, and the results are it's legitimately a biohorror story. Like, it's legitimately biohorror.
Well, because I got to thinking, you were saying that there was a section, I believe, in Mexico or South America that was basically a buffer zone.
It's the Central American demilitarized zone. It's in between the Guatemalan Canal and the Panama Canal.
Okay. Now, imagine this. You get a private individual who's just batshit crazy with deep pockets and a lot of skill. And he decides to set up shop there, right? And while they're trying to do their war games, he'll throw one of his augments or whatever in these war games just to see how well they fare against 2-on-1 force.
Well,
In
I gotta say that in the story 0 to 12, where Scalpel 0 and Scalpel 12 team up together, there is a bio research facility that 0 is supposed to go investigate, but it is not privately run. That one is suspected to be run by the Soviets. The Soviets, communism is still a major world power. Or I should say, communism is a major world power because this is an alternate future history. So Stalin, in this universe, Trotsky actually had good allies, and Stalin was assassinated before he ever came to power. When Lenin died, Stalin was assassinated by people who feared what might come.
Well, even if you were to keep history up to the point we present day haven't reached, with the collapse of the world economy, Russia would probably be the most best situated to resume its role as a major world power.
And because Trotsky became in charge, Communism International, that would be the English way of saying it, exists. And so Venezuela becomes a communist country. And it's really funny. I wrote this before Venezuela really became full communist in the real world. Like they were an early thing. Communism is not isolated like it is in our timeline. They have a strong international economic community. They're trading with each other. They're an industrial powerhouse. Look, hey, Soviet-made vehicles and construction equipment are hardy. They're easy to maintain, and they're cheap. And so they compete with the more expensive products from capitalistic nations, which are generally, have better features, but they do require more maintenance. With more moving parts comes more maintenance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and that's just I'm feeding the GM a little bit from what you're giving me.
Right.
I'm kind of connecting the dots, and I'm not.
Yeah, I hope I'm not giving too much away. I'm trying to be very careful about what I say, because if I say too much, I'll it's not. It won't be ruined because if you spoil a story and if you reveal the key points of a story and it's ruined, then your story wasn't good to begin with. But there is the roller coaster ride of discovering it.
Yeah. Well, with 4 people watching, Tank, one of which
I
is
think we're
me,
safe.
I don't think you have too
Right?
much to
Yeah.
worry
No,
about.
I'm such a nobody. I think we're safe.
Well, you're giving us a lot of the world building. You're giving yes, you're getting this into specific story aspects. You're not giving too much away, I don't think.
Yeah, I've practiced not giving it away because, like I've said before, I, the author, am lying to the reader. And paradoxically, at the same time, I am actually telling you the truth. And that's part of the fun of the story is that there's a subtext.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm going is some of the concepts I'm talking about may be story specific. They are concepts that could, in theory, happen multiple times in the story, and until
Oh,
you
yeah.
read the story, you're not going to know where it falls.
I even have one alternate
Yeah.
timeline for this universe. I actually did make one alternate timeline because my dearly departed brother did pose a question. He's like, what if this one action was different? And I was like, oh my god, that would be a bioplague apocalypse. Like that would be the end of the world. If
Well,
Zero failed in her mission, or if something actually, because we organically created the story, and of course characters do things within their ability and whatnot. But if things had gone differently, like we're talking like horror, it would make for a great kind of deal. But it would be a bio horror apocalypse that would befall the earth, and
well,
things would be changed forever.
I've got one more what if you ever decide to do it.
Sure.
Okay, because Scalpel still has biological components. Okay,
Mhm.
and now I assume, okay, she is generally immune to most any biological agent or creature, microorganism in known existence.
Resistant. Yeah,
Okay.
most microbial life is incompatible with her biological matrix. It's
Okay.
not that she's like immune; it's that actually technically it's just incompatible.
Okay. It sounds like there's a certain, and I'm going to tread lightly here. There's a certain
Mhm.
analog between Scalpel Zero and most microbiology and sickle cell anemia and malaria.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Zero's biological components do have adaptive genetics.
Okay.
It is a recombinant DNA, so or as it's said to the investors, it's evolution in motion.
Okay. Now hear me out.
Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
You're in a borderline. I mean, you're talking about being on the cusp of ultra technology. Okay,
Mhm.
whether it's ultra electronics or ultra biotech, right?
Right.
You're right on that cusp right
We're
now.
yeah, we are at the point at the near this. We are approaching the singularity that leads to a what people standardly recognize as a cyberpunk.
Okay,
Right.
now here's a concept of a what if that you might play with. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
imagine a counter a governmental or quasi governmental agency that for whatever reason the Scalpel Project just undermines their supremacy for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they were to come up with a bioorganic or excuse me, biotech technological nanite
Mm-hmm.
that overcame the Scalpel Project's inherent resistance to a lot of things.
Yeah.
In a way, it would work as a RNA, a retro RNA, and it had an unfortunate and or fortunate side effect of actually making them a true biologic.
Okay. I
Does
see
that
what you're getting at.
okay?
Yeah. No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Um, and not necessarily killing, but it's like, oh, all these great advantages gone. You are now as human as you're possibly going to get.
Yeah. No, that would be an interesting It would be an interesting thing, and um, that would be an interesting thing that we have considered this. Because the Soviets do have their own version of the scalpel. They call it the Slovoi. They basically act as commissars. They are enforcers of Soviet policy because they are unwavering
But they're pale imitation.
They are competitive. The Soviets are not to be underestimated. This isn't the post-Stalinistic Soviets of our reality. These are Soviets that actually had international cooperation and did actually work with each other, as opposed to the Stalinistic, even with Khrushchev and all these other guys that were basically progressive Soviets. The Soviets in reality were very xenophobic, very isolationist, and Moscow had to be on top. Moscow wasn't like an international forum. Moscow was where the buck stopped, and it was ultimately in charge in reality. And so, but without that limitation and true international cooperation, then you get into something more akin to the United Nations, even though Soviet nations are part of the United Nations. And in fact, the USSR is a member of the UN Security Council, just like it was in real life. That's why Russia got grandfathered in to the UN Security Council, is because the Soviet Union was a member. So there is they're not to be taken lightly. They are a major threat. Their Medvedev cyborg. They don't have a whole lot of cyber droids. Really, most of their cyber droids really don't resemble humans. They have organic processing power and stuff like that, but they're not like Slovoi or the Scalpel unit or whatnot. They do have a lot more. They are more on the forefront when it comes to cybernetic technology. And that's a big issue with the Second Central American War, is that U.S. cyborgs did not perform well against the Soviets. The Medvedev, it's the Great Bear, and it's a nightmare to behold.
Okay,
I've actually got a picture where one of them is taking on several U.S. cyborgs, and Brazier is up on its back with his combat rifle, about to install a new access port.
Okay, so pause here for a second, so because I want to make sure. So where Scalpel Zero and some other nations are Uncanny Valley, Russia is Code 8 Enforcer droids.
Yeah, they generally try to stay away from the Uncanny Valley. The Soviet Union does, and when I say Soviet Union, I mean like Communism International.
Okay.
That is the true Soviet Union, and it is an international effort. They generally try to stay away. They do celebrate humanity. I mean, we're talking, they're humanist, right? They're humanist. They are transhumanist a lot. There's a big transhumanist movement, but there is a romance with the human spirit, the human body, the endeavor, the struggle, etc., with all that, like culturally speaking.
Okay, well, you got me on another idea. Okay,
I said
you
duty.
say that. Okay, you say that genetic engineering and whatnot is outlawed and banned. Okay, and that there are a few organizations.
Now the Soviets, we'll just say behind the scenes, they are pretty heavily invested in researching it. But as far as above board, oh yeah, no. Their official statement is, genetic engineering bad.
Okay. Well, one of my thought is, okay, what would stop Russia from having a biologically engineered organic brain and a wholly robotic body?
This is where River Song comes in and says, spoilers.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll drop that one, but
Uh-huh.
okay.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, no, I had to quote River Song just real quick there.
Well,
Let's see
the
here.
one great thing about even when you paint yourself in a corner of, oh, this is banned worldwide, not really.
Yeah, no, dude. Humans still have, just like in real life, their ethics are dubious, often at best. Dang it! I forgot my coffee. I'm gonna
Shame
go
on
grab
you.
coffee, guys. Here, let me show you guys where I'm at. Here, let me deselect the little line. But this is where I'm at right now so far.
It's looking real good.
Yeah, we're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. I forgot to add highlights to a couple of different areas, but that's okay. I can go back and do that here in a minute. I got into like the shading and stuff, and I'm competing against one of our other colorists for who's going to get their colors to be on the merchandise.
Oh, what's this for again?
Where am I hearing music from? Oh, okay.
Not
I'm hearing
me.
it from.
Not
No,
me.
it was one of my tabs. This
Oh.
is for t-shirts, hoodies, t-shirts and hoodies and stuff, and the dainty logo is going to be for also for hats. I'm the editor in chief of Omniverse Encouragement Entertainment. We're based out of the UK and United States. We've got manufacturing domestically, US, UK, which means that on our early products, we're gonna first, UK. We have we're working in where shipping is included in the price. So when you buy from the website, the price you see if you're buying in the UK, that's what you're paying. And then once we sell enough shirts, I think we got to sell 20 shirts. I mean, if you can't move 20 shirts, what are you doing, right? So once we sell 20 shirts, then we're going to be able to get that same product here in the US, where once again, free domestic shipping. We're still trying to nail down somebody in Canada because international shipping between US and Canada is stupid.
Oh yeah. Actually, it's not so bad going. Last time I knew, it's not too bad going from Canada to the US.
Yeah, going from the US to Canada, the price goes up significantly. And I'm like, why? It's right there.
Yeah, and then the fact of the exchange rate too.
Yeah, and so we're looking at we're still looking for a Canadian manufacturer for the clothing line. Because one, we want to bring the price points down for local markets. Two, we want to support local markets, kind of like the same way that Toyota does. If you live in Canada, your Toyota was made in Canada. If you live in the United States, your Toyota's made in the United States. If you live in Malaysia, your Toyota's made in Malaysia, right? I can go up to Chicago. I'm about 3-4 hours away from Chicago by train. I can go up to Chicago, go to the Toyota factory, and go pick my car off the assembly line. And know that if I bought this Japanese car, I supported the American economy. Right? And Toyota has become a mega corp. People don't understand how big of a corporation Toyota really is. They own the entire assembly line, the entire production line for their automobiles, from rare earths to the iron, the copper, the mines. They own the manufacturing. They own the refining. Dude, they own the entire assembly to make that car. And that's kind of where we're moving. Only we're kind of working with up and coming businesses that just offer dynamite top tier products. And there's so much stuff I can't even talk about right now, but it's cool. It's big boy business stuff. Like, contracts have been flying around. Money has been changing hands. I mean, I'm not making a paycheck from it yet because product is still getting ready and going to market. We've been paying for 3D modelers. We've been paying for prototypes of products. We've got distribution. We've got shelf space from London to Dubai. We're currently shopping around for US and Canada. Apparently that market was a little harder to get into. But I mean, Walmart's an a-hole. They're not nice people to try and do business with. I'll just say that a certain guy who names all of his companies after something synonymous with purity was very easy to deal with, and offered good deals, fair business, right? And that has allowed us to build the foundation to reach an international market, to get directly into the general marketplace. And it pains me that it's so hard to do that in the US and Canada, and we brag about how capitalistic and free we are, and yet here we are having a hard time getting into the general marketplace because there's so little competition, and these big companies can basically just dictate the market.
Yeah, they get a monopoly on things, which is a good and bad thing,
Yeah,
and it's hard for the little guy to squeeze in once they're made a name for themselves,
No, it really is. It really is. And it's unfortunate. But one of the things that we're hoping is that by getting in with an international competitor for Walmart, we can use that as leverage to say, hey, look, they're doing it. Why aren't you? A little peer pressure. And people think that's silly, but it's like, dude, no, peer pressure works in business. If your competitor is doing something and you're not, then you're the one who's not making money.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things we do for real. We have 3 different treatments, 2 animated, 1 live action being put together right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. We've got
that's stuff that I'd like to get into for sure.
coming out. We have 2 tabletop strategy games coming out. One of which, Rick, you're involved with. With your character stuff. I'll let you know when we need the turnarounds and stuff, and and we'll talk. Shop.
Yeah, I've been working on some turnarounds stuff. But, I've only done a lot of the front.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can say this publicly. Like, really, what we need are like 3 main characters and 2 goons, right? And power level will dictate rarity, but it doesn't matter because it's an even split amongst the entirety. Everybody's taking an even split because, like, for instance, Canadian Shield could just pummel the crap out of Scalpel Zero. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
He'd swat her like a fly. She's a science fiction creation, and he's a superhero. you could probably punch an asteroid into a million billion little pieces and save the
Yeah,
city. Whereas if
I
she
did,
tried to do that, she'd just become a grease stain at the bottom of a crater.
yeah, I did. Well, I'm not sure whether you know, I did some cards in my last campaign with power levels on,
Okay.
and let's see. That's
And the
under.
way that the game is organized as far as the rarity of a character, it actually is based upon their power level. So the more powerful, the more rare they are. And so we got to talking about this, like, about how to do the profit share because, Omniverse Incursion Entertainment is a licensing company. We don't, the company, OA Entertainment does not own any of the properties. It licenses everything. The only thing that it owns is its relative copyrights and trademarks that it needs for its brand and to do business. Everything else is creator owned and royalties are paid. So we decided that, okay, so out of the royalty cut, it would just be an even split amongst all the creators because that would just be the fairest way to do it because, what if this one creator's characters are kind of like, more of like, oh, it's a gumshoe fiction. So the characters are more realistic, the real low power level. They're going to be they're going to be more common. Like, for instance, the World War Hell, like a Tommy, right? A World War II British soldier. That's a human who's a soldier, and yeah, they're greater. They're better than the average bear, but still, a whole platoon of Tommies would have a damned hard time trying to take down one scalpel, zero. You know what I'm saying? And scalpels and a whole group of scalpels would have a damn hard time trying to take down one Canadian shield.
Yeah, like I did the strength. Like I created 10 different positions: 1 weakling,
Mhm.
2 normal person, 3 athlete, 4 Olympic, 5 peak, 6 enhanced human, 7 superhuman, 8 planetary, 9 supernatural, and 10 almost godlike. And Canadian Shield is 8 planetary,
Yeah,
able to
yeah,
lift Earth-sized planets in weight.
right. And I mean, granted, there's a little bit of power scaling to kind of make things fair. Otherwise, there's no game, right?
Yeah,
So, I mean, it is what it is. Because honestly, like you hero clicks, right? Dude, if hero clicks was properly power scaled, I would just play Superman and I would always win,
yeah.
right?
Unless you get Batman
Like,
and have some time.
yeah, yeah. Let me get Batman and play my card of prep time. And Flip City, I'm so glad you're excited about this because, this is something that once we get established over the next few years, right? Because it is going to take a few. I mean, dude, we've been building this business for like 3 years now, and we're to the point where we've got contracts and money around. We have major investors, right? Um, and things are really being done. Um, and where crowdfunding for us is really going to be about the spectacle and the experience, the exclusivity. Like if you get in on the crowdfunding, one, you're going to get something at lower than a market value, more lower than market price, right? Two, you're going to get cool stuff that's exclusive because we're giving you this opportunity to be one of the cool kids.
Yeah.
And then we're going to discontinue that product. And you know what I mean? Like that's it. Like if it's a crowdfunding exclusive, that's it. We're gonna have we have 3 flagship stores for our tabletop games, and each of these stores now, and this took a little bit of finagling because we had to look for these flagship stores. Like they had to have a good storefront. They had to have good traffic, even if they're in a low population area. For that area, they had to have good traffic. 2, they had to have an internet presence. They had to have an online store. they had to you had to be able to order internationally from them, right? And because they met these requirements, we have special models that special figures that will only be available from purchase from their store. You can't even buy it from our home website. You can only get it at one of our flagship stores. So you're gonna have to, and this is what I'm talking about. You know, people talk about rising tide. They talk about rising tide. Well, how do you logistically, like Napoleon said, amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics. So how do you logistically implement that? How do you create the incentive for the consumer to go to this place? Right?
Yeah.
And how do you create the incentive for that place to put your product
on their shelves?
Not just on the shelves, but we want the 40K slot, you know, at the gaming store. We want them to put 40K off to the side and put us in that spot right there up in the front. We want the space where Magic the Gathering is. We want the space where their Marvel and DC comics are. So you have to create a series of incentives. You have to create exclusivity. You really have to treat your vendors well. You have to treat your outlets well. You have to give them special treatment. You have to give them a little bit of exclusivity. And that gets the customer that, you know, and people talk about hitting that collector's market, right? Like I was talking to a certain person. I was talking to I was actually in a flame war in a chat with a certain asshat that I'm sure you would love to have deported to Cuba. He is in your country, sadly, but you know, he was talking about the collector's market, because that's who he's catering to, and I'm like, yeah, dude, it's like, tell me I want to stay a small business forever without actually saying the words, I want to stay a small business forever.
Yeah.
Right? It should be everybody's goal to become not the next DC, not the next Diamond, not the next Wizard, but to get into the general market, to be up there, get that shelf space in the grocery store with the magazines, right?
Well, heck,
get that shelf space in the comic book store, in the game store, in your general stores like your Walmarts, your Hortons, your Virgin Mega stores. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, heck, one of my goals has always been to want to be, you know, it's always been the top two. I want it to be the top three: DC, Marvel, and Cross.
Right? That's the game you got to play. You got to go out balls to the wall. You got to have that gumption.
You know, that's one of the things, although it's not been built as much as I would like, that's one of the things that has got me to somewhat world build my, you know, thing as much as I have. And, you know, I haven't done it as much as I want to either. And that's
right.
Because, you know, a lot of people flaked out on me, which, you know, left me a little disheartened. And, you know, I didn't do as much as I should have, you know, kept on things as much as I should have. But,
you know, Rick, what? We've known each other for what, like 7 years now?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, no, and we have shared ups and downs over this time.
Yeah, and I'm talking more before. I'm talking even more before I knew you guys. Right. Before I even got on that.
That's why when I talk to the board, because like on the board of founders, you know, we've got a core group of guys there, and I told them, I said, look, you know, and I was like, I'm bringing Rick with us. I said, I'm you know, anything he's willing to do, I want to pay that licensing fee. I want to get that royalty out to him because, you know, you're a solid dude, Rick.
Yeah.
You're an honorable man.
Thank you.
And I don't think that society rewards the honorable people. We give all the attention to these asshats on the internet, you know? Yeah. And it's like, dude, you know, where's the love for the good person? Right? And we're love for the person who's got a wonderful career. Like, dude, honestly, Rick, you need a full staff.
Oh yeah,
You need a full staff of creators. You need a staff of editors. You need a staff of character artists. You need a staff of sequential artists. You need a staff of commercial artists.
Trust me.
You need a marketing team. You need a PR. You need a whole PR team. You know, and you're gonna need, and with all of that, you're gonna have to have accountants. Let's get you there. That's what I want to do. I think that Omniverse Incursion, our game, which is, that appeals to the HeroClix crowd without the annoying clicky bit, very little moving parts, each product. And this is something I say, and I really hope people do steal this idea, because it helps everybody if they do steal this idea. Every product comes with a comic book. We're doing the little He-Man. Remember I was discussing like little He-Man comics? I was like, all right, page 1, establish a character. Page 2, character has an obstacle. Page 3, character is overcoming obstacle. Page 4, hostess pies.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure whether I told you that I recently wrote a 4-page ash can.
See, I love that stuff.
And it's just more telling you about the character. Like, it goes in basically a quick thing of where he came from, how he got to where he is, what he does, and just it also does a setup. Like, you're going to get more of these little ash cans from various characters of mine. Those are there could come something of after. Like, I'm planning on doing one for my major 7 characters, each of these. And then, they're just going to be given out for free, black and white copies. And then I want to put them...
Right. It like everything from like OA, right? Omniverse Incursion. Yeah. It comes with this is the format that, we worked it out. This is the format that we're going to go with, that format. Page 1, introduce the character. Page 2. Character has an obstacle. Page 3, character overcomes obstacle. Page 4, hostess pie. Victory. Right? It tastes sweet. And that comes with that's going to be coming with the OI. That's going to be coming with action figures. That's going to be coming with the World War Hell sets. Right? Yeah. And we're going to be digital print friendly for World War Hell. We're going to be very friendly to the home printing market. At that point, you're going to be paid. If you're going to buy a box of Tommies at the store, or if you're going to buy the digital files online, you're going to pay the same price. But joke's on us, you could print as many Tommies as you want. That's your property. Those are your files. As long as you're not reselling them, you have 0 rights to resell. But dude, you could take it in a blender and I mean, they're already chopped up to be model pieces, so you can mix and match anyways. But you could go in there and alter it and you have fun. And dude, honestly, like, Games Workshop will disqualify you from a tournament if you have 3D printed miniatures. We might offer you a job. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference there. It's like, no, we don't have that arrogance, because Games Workshop, let's be real, they aren't registered in the UK as a manufacturer. They're not a publisher. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you see my action figure? I actually got an action figure.
Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah, man. Dude, that thing is so cool.
Yeah.
And I love it. Like,
unfortunately, I'm going to do something to fix it. Just before I moved and all that, after my mom died, it felt like, it was before she died. It fell from the top of my bookshelf where I had it, which was 6 feet tall, and the legs broke off. So I can glue them back on and all that. I just haven't set up a spot to do that.
Oh man.
So
anyway, I'm gonna go grab my coffee really quick, and my silent timer has gone off. Every hour to like hour and a half and stuff like that. I get up, I do some stretches, I do some rotations, I do like one set of like 1 to 2 calisthenic exercises.
Yeah.
Because over the last 8 years, I've been very sedentary and I've gotten out of shape. and I'm an athletic guy. I've always been an athletic guy.
Yeah.
And right now, I am sack of potato garbage, and so
Yeah.
I got to take a break for a minute. But please, y'all guys, hang out, chat it up.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put you on the big screen, or do you,
If you want, because I can show off something that I did with my characters, showing their various heights, putting them next to each other.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I got the little time lapse drawing. Hey, look at that stuff.
Yeah. So
Anyway, I'll be right back, guys.
This is something I was doing for a while on my channel, creating, drawing up. Now, these aren't necessarily the best versions of these characters, and some of them have got 2 or 3 versions because I've done different costumes, and it's basically their height in conjunction to one another. And then you're going to have to look up, way up, because it's Ape, and he's like 40 feet tall. And then we'll come back down for Aquarius. Yeah, some of these guys, their builds are not quite right. I'm going to have to go over it. That was one. I had to create a new second sheet for my villains. Pisces and land and Pisces and water. And that's all most of my villains. And then, of course, we've got the heroes. Canadian Shield. Versus next to Insecto. That is a good version of Canadian Shield I've drawn. I like that one a lot. And then we got Insecto, the new look. I got to do the old look like that. Well, I have, but I didn't put it on here. I should put the old look on here.
And see, now while your Canadian Shield looks a little more squat than some of the others, that one still has the same basic trapezoid triangular shape that I was talking about.
Okay.
It's I'm going to post an image. I did some fast and dirty work on Tank's picture he's working on right now. When posted in chat when he gets back, I want him to see it too.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So these are my main, up to Electide here is my main 7 characters, and then this is the second version of Demon Blaster. I got to get the first version done and the third version.
Okay, now I assume that this large Demon Blaster, he's kind of a music based character.
Yeah, or sound based. I'll say more than anything.
Okay, because his logo looks like music notes.
Yeah, he's sound music. He like opens up his like the hand can go in, and then there's like a speaker there that can blast audio waves or whatever.
Well, with some of the stuff that's come out in the last 15 years, you got what is it? subsonic or whatever. It's really low frequency, low frequency weapons that they're coming out with to cause.
Yeah.
And that because also Tank was talking about the shut up gun.
Yeah. And also this is a robot controlled by remote control via VR. Demon Blaster. Okay.
Well, that would to some for some respects. I mean, that's been one of my pet peeves is how does a character like that, be immune to his own weaponry when when sound and vibration carry. You'd have to have if that was to work, you'd almost have to have a air gap to make them truly immune, I would think.
Yeah, well, with his stuff, he's pointing it forward away from him. So,
well, and no, and I get that aspect. My problem has always been that when you're talking about sound and vibration, even pointing out a certain way, especially if you're talking subsonics and ultrasonics, vibration still carries.
Yeah.
That was one of my pet peeves with the Glitter Boy in Rifts was, okay, you got a boom gun, they're insulated from the sound, but the overall vibration, it's still going to be carrying through. There's still going to be a certain amount of hydraulic reaction back into the pilot's compartment.
Yeah.
And where being remote controlled makes a lot more sense when you're dealing with sound and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, I was always hesitant on one of two things. It was either going to be like a midget controlling it from the inside or controlled via VR. And I've settled on the more VR.
Tank, I saw your icon move. Are you back? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Oh.
Sorry, I got briefly kidnapped into Dadland. Yeah.
Tank.
Fun characters.
Tank, you're back?
They are fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are fun characters.
Tank did a version of the version 3 of Demon Blaster. I tried to make Demon Blaster a little bit more Hulkbuster-like.
I like it. Yeah, I like that design.
Tank, if you got a second, hop over to the X group chat. I sent you something there. It's fast and dirty. It's fast and dirty, but I think you'll appreciate it.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, nice. Yeah. That's some good, solid, 3-tone coloring right there.
Yeah. There's Messenger, one of my angels in my comic book universe.
Did you see the bottom of the picture?
Not demure, not mindful. Yeah, no, I love that. Absolutely love it, man. That's some. Look at that old picture of bad vibes from back in the day, man.
Yeah. So,
right,
not sure how many of you saw. There's Canadian Shield next to a bunch of the characters. Tank.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm not yawning at you.
Yeah.
I'm operating on 4 hours of sleep, and the reason I went live to work was because I was dreaming about working, and then I had an epiphany on how to approach the coloring of this picture. Yeah.
And I don't think you saw this one. I did. These are most of my villains that you'll see in the first. Well, like I said, if it was ongoing month to month, it'd be a year and a half.
Right.
And unfortunately, some of the body proportions are off because, well, I'm not the best draw. I'm going to go over these, but these are a first go around.
Yeah, but the character designs you can follow them. You know, this is the hallmark of good character design. You know, there's a lot of creators, oh my goodness.
That's
babe,
8.
babe.
40 foot tall. 40 foot tall.
Holy smokes, man. Yeah, see, in a comic book world, and that's why, you know, I kicked Scalpel 21 out into Omniverse. That's why we use the term Omniverse, you know, Omni meaning all, you know,
Yeah.
and it's all universes. So it's not multiverse, right? It's not a variation of this one universe. It's no, we're going to be doing, we got a couple of ideas for, you know, grand omniversal conflicts for a good crossovers where heroes and villains from all over can get together, or even just do like little one shot stories. That's why Scalpel 21 exists, because people were like, I want to do a Scalpel Zero crossover. I want to do Scalpel Zero crossover. I'm like, I'm so sorry, man. Like, that story, it's written, it's done. I've got room for what I know. I've got room for nothing with her. She's booked. From her moment of her inception to the moment of her death, she's booked. But that's why I got 21. You know, I disintegrate the character, you know, quite literally disintegrate the character, and shove them into a black hole. And I basically use that as a BS excuse to kick them out of their own universe. And I literally have her falling through the Omniverse. She falls into a universe and then falls out of it. And then back into the in-between, and then off to the next adventure. I've got I've got a couple of fun ones lined up. And there are some that are sitting on the table. Like, I will be putting her into a Western universe where she will be, you know, she'll be Marshall Blackjack. You know, and of course, you know, a name like Blackjack's uncopyrightable, but that's where trademarking comes in. You know, when you got a name like that.
Archie had a character called Blackjack, so
right now Blackjack's and plus Blackjack is, you know, it's the name of a game, and it's the name of this and that. So it really comes down to trademarking. Like, you could make a character called Wolverine.
Yeah.
But you can't make a character called the Wolverine because Marvel has the copyright to the Wolverine. You know?
Well, you could even make it, you might even be able to do well, it's hard to say.
No, that one.
The thing is, you can't make your Wolverine look or be
anything resembling. Marvel. Yeah, exactly. And then that's trademark infringement, right? It's not necessarily like, there's a little bit of a conflation there. It's not a copyright infringement. You know, well, some of it is a copyright infringement because you're impeding upon story and finding character, but at the same time, it's more trademark infringement. Which is why when you see a picture of Wolverine in the official, like on official Marvel Comics worksheets, there's not a little C with a circle next to the character drawing. There's a TM because that look is trademarked. That aspect it's trademarked, and that's where you get into the fun of like, okay, I can use the thing. Like, I couldn't do, I could not. People, I think there's like 3 different 6-gun gorillas floating around right now. Now, of course, Brian Kriskow's 6-gun gorilla is by far the best. Like, no offense, no shade thrown to those other creators. Like, like there's no competition. That is the definitive modern day 6-gun gorilla as far as I'm concerned, and that's a public domain character. The Black Terror, public domain character. But
even Winnie the Pooh now.
Winnie the Pooh, the original Winnie the Pooh, public domain character. You know, dude, here in a few more years, Conan the Barbarian, public domain.
Yeah,
Tarzan,
and
public
even
domain. Sherlock Holmes.
Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, Steamboat
Actually,
Willie.
Steamboat
Yeah.
already is. Popeye is also.
Yep, Popeye became public domain this year. Now, Steamboat Willie, Disney, of course, because they're Disney, they're involved in some legal shenanigans. Steamboat Willie is locked up in court right now because they put Steamboat Willie at the front of all their Disney productions. Now it's a trademark, which is different law, right? Now it's like the Coca-Cola logo. Coca-Cola can use you still can't use the original Coca-Cola logo. The copyright expired on Coca-Cola forever ago, the original name, but you can't use that logo. In fact, even the typesetting for Coca-Cola is trademarked.
Oh wow.
Trademark and copyright law are, I would probably say that they're hobbies of mine. I can't profess to say that I'm any kind of expert whatsoever.
Yeah.
So always consult a lawyer.
Yeah.
Leonard J. French, America's favorite copyright attorney, is one of the best resources. His website is absolutely fantastic. And he offers.
And make sure you do it in your country. Check it out too, because because it's different in each country.
It is, and some countries don't respect copyright and trademark. They don't.
We lost
they don't give a crap.
Bad vibes.
Yeah, I heard him roboting a second ago. I'm gonna go ahead and throw myself back up on the main if you don't mind.
No, well, you like my tank?
No, I love it.
That's version 3.
No, I like that. Yeah, look at that stuff, man. That is cool.
I'm just gonna quickly show you the other ones here.
Yeah, no, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get in on getting this. There you go. I gotta get this sucker done, man. All right, so I wanted to hit up that.
Okay, so you want to switch over tank?
Oh, it's fine. No, you're good. If you,
well, no. I was trying to show you the last few ones quickly.
Oh yeah. Let me. Oh yeah. Yeah, look at that. Those are cool, man. Pig Schnorker, I like that. Pisces in water. Watchtower, White Witch.
Yeah, my mermaid, right?
Yeah.
And like I said, some of these bodies, the proportions are off. I gotta eventually redo them to
right.
Not make them but like Whizlock. I think I got him too broad shouldered. I probably want him almost a little bit more lengthy, like Watchtower there.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm bad at this sort of thing. And yeah, Pig Schnorker. That's a name that I got from my cousin. She used to call my dog that. And it's like, okay, that sounds like a good villain name. He's my penguin.
Hey. Copyright to Rick. Rick Piper and Thomas.
Yeah,
he's my penguin. But instead of umbrellas, he uses pens.
Okay. I can get behind that. Pen? I like a good action pen.
But I figure pig pen.
Yeah. See and look. Your wish has been partially granted.
No, I want a pun to be connected to.
Rick is the pun-isher. All right. Oh, I gotta get in and finish this sucker up. I am so tired.
Yeah.
But I'm getting there. I'm getting closer. 3. Yeah. No, it is. And I'm tired, and I've got to get a nap.
You're probably 1:45, right? You're an hour behind me now.
Yeah. Yes, yes, sir, I am. And I've got later tonight. We've got cake and ice cream. My middle son, turned 13 week. Yeah, I,
Oh
I
wow,
have
cool.
once again. I have two teenagers in the house, and we did a birthday dinner for him. We did do a birthday dinner. He got exactly what he wanted. He wanted garlic bread and spaghetti dinner. And so my oldest son, Aiden, who was in the chat earlier, and we teamed up. Happened. I made garlic parmesan bread bites, scratch, and Aiden whipped up a batch of spaghetti and fantastic dinner. But we've got the real deal with the cake and the ice cream. We're doing root beer floats and cake. We're doing that tonight, and I don't want to be like a zombie for that. I got to get this done and rest, and then gosh, here in like a couple of hours, I got to go over onto. I got to go over to over on Devil Flyer. And I'm gonna go hang out there and be the co-host for Rex today. And
Yeah.
is right now, Shadowhawk's trying to work out some technical issues, so he's not able to really play reindeer games right now, unfortunately. And you know how it goes. Like streaming by yourself is not as fun as having a co-host.
True.
And it is definitely a higher difficulty level. And
Yes, and
so,
it's even a higher, more difficulty when nobody's in the chat talking.
right, because now you're playing to the replay audience, right, and you got to keep their attention.
Yeah.
And I've got to get into see what I pull the live streams when I'm done with them right now, because I really need to start getting into like setting up timestamps so that people can just go to sections where there's something cool, and I got to get to.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
should
get into
well, I gotta get.
chopping up
There's
my
somebody I really
videos.
need something for doing stuff with my YouTube videos after I'm done creating shorts
Right?
or whatever.
No, and I feel that. I really do. I feel that. I feel it so much.
Because I know other than I can set up my thing, but I don't like going back and going through all this muck and mire stuff, to okay,
right?
let's okay.
Oh, that was a good
I
segment
switched from
there.
this to this while I was trying to draw whatever, so okay, I just want all the spots where I'm drawing and coloring a certain thing, it's like all that editing is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, no, it can be. Yeah, until you become insanely proficient at it, and even then, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work to get things properly edited and dice up a show into like interesting segments that are not too terribly long, but long enough. It's its own game, and so and it's something that I got to do. That's why I don't like private this live streams. I just unlist them. For right now, I just unlist it. I mean, if you got the link, you can always go and watch it. I do get some. I actually, surprisingly, I do get some rewatches, which shocked the heck out of me. Man. I was like, who's doing that? That's crazy.
That's probably the little bit of audience that you built up over the years that
Right.
just did this, let's go check out what he did.
Yeah, and I can tell by analytics that they probably like scanned through it and just watched like short sections probably stuff where they what they wanted to see, and that's cool. That's cool. But at the same
A
time,
little
I'm
bit of
like, yeah, I really
a
need to
little
get
bit
more
of
into
you
the
time is
editing.
better than none.
Right, and I need to get into the editing, but it's something I don't have a lot of time for.
Yeah,
Because when you see me up here working, that's most of the time I have to work. The rest of the time I'm in dadland. I'm an educator and a cook and and I joke that I'm the housewife. I say, look at me, I am the wife now. You know, because my wife, she got a better job than I had, so it was like I step aside and I'm at the home. Um,
yeah,
and she's bringing home the bacon, and so it's really on me right now to when I can focus in on this side of the business and really get up and running. And so that way, and we already talked about it. Like, she loves her job.
yeah,
She's even after the income from this is greater than hers. She's not going to quit her job. She's going to keep that job. She likes her job.
yeah,
Uh, so it is what it is. And so it's like, yeah, no, at that point, I'm just going to have to, I'm going to start having to hire, it's like, okay, well, cool. Then, yeah, now I have an even bigger goal, where I have to get it to the point where I can hire, like a babysitter or a nanny.
yeah.
So that
And
while I'm working,
depends on when you
yeah,
get to there. You know, maybe all your
yeah.
kids are old enough that you don't need that either.
Well, I'm really hope. Well, I mean, my youngest is 7. She's going to be 8 this year. So I really hope it doesn't take that long.
Yeah, me. Well, I'd say me too. But unfortunately, reality
Right.
sometimes is not what we hope want.
Right. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But oops, I did it again. There we go.
Oops,
Okay.
I did
I
it
started painting on
again.
the wrong layer. Um, oops, I did it again. I derped I like derp. Derpy derp. Uh, but yeah, no, I've got to hustle. And right now, uh, Dan Fogarty, Paul Roper, and I all uh, are on an intense mission to get this thing fully off the ground. Like, we are hustling. Dan wants to quit his day job. Paul wants to quit his day job, and I like money. Um, you know,
Yeah.
but I want to be able to. I want to be able to call this my full time. Where, yeah, I love doing this stuff, but honestly, I would for schooling, I'd much rather hire a tutor.
Yeah.
I live in a college town. I have a ready access. I have ready access to a resource of educators who need money. You know,
Yeah.
and I need to take advantage of that, and I want to be able to afford to do that. I want to be able to afford uh, to hire somebody to come on by and give the kids the one-on-one attention that they need for their education. Uh, my wife and I are both academics. We're both college educated.
Yeah.
We believe that quality education is absolutely necessary, and that the public education system cannot provide a quality enough education. These kids, man, and
Yeah.
it's no fault of their own. They're not dumb. These kids aren't stupid. And I'm talking about the
Yeah.
kids that are friends with my kids that go to public school. They're through no fault of their own. There's a low level of applicability of what they learned in school. they don't use it. They don't use, most of them don't use that stuff in their daily life.
Yeah. Well,
They can't.
it's
They
also,
can't apply
they're
it.
teaching all the kids a lot of stuff, teaching us kids a lot of crappy stuff when they're, should be teaching them the basics, like some
Yeah,
actual
no,
science, some, math, some English,
and
history, and then
it's very important.
when they're teaching them, say, stuff like history, there are a lot of nowadays they're skewing it a different,
Yeah, it's a skewed history. It's disingenuous. It's biased and weighted, and it's like, no, history just is. It just is. Now we can talk about modern comparatives, and we do sometimes. We talk about modern comparatives, modern viewpoints. We also talk about how the viewpoint has changed through the ages.
Yeah.
Like,
And hello,
this wasn't
Lord
always the
Sandwich.
viewpoint. Yo, speaking of creative, founder
Viewpoint?
for Oi Entertainment, Lord Sandwich, right there. That's one of the founding members of Oi, right there. And we got to get him to quit his job too. That's an important thing, because like he has a terrible job.
Yeah.
I don't want to say where he works, but it's awful. It's notoriously awful. Like, if I said what it was,
McDonald's.
he would immediately have, dude, that would be an upgrade. That would be a much better place.
Okay, he works for the government then.
Oh gosh, no. See, once again, upgrade compared to what he's got going on right now. Like I said, like his employer is notorious for being just awful. And they do not treat him well. They do not treat their employees well. They do not appreciate them. They treat employees like an easily replaceable commodity. They work them way too hard for what they pay them. And, we're done. We're done with that, man. None of us want to play that game. It's not a sustainable game to play. We want to play the game where it's like, no, now we get to create. Now we get to bring people the next generation of quality entertainment. And we're done messing around. Like, he is working really hard on a project right now, and we're getting to the point where we've got like a good treatment and we can put it in front of the market, and like, we're still early phase, so yeah, we are doing crowdfunding at this point because we don't have full funding for everything we've got. But for that stuff, we want to bring the heat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We want to bring the heat. And it's brutal. So we're done. We're done with this job, wage slave. Yes. For real.
No, I've actually got a little bit of a job myself right now, giving me some extra money besides being on the system. I actually like my job right now too.
Hey, dude, a job that you like, even if it's just like a normal job, dude, that is so good. I love it when I'm in that position because it's comforting.
Yeah, and I got a good boss, so
see, there you go. That's winning.
It's not doing much. It's creating artichinis, rice balls.
Oh, okay.
Putting there's flavor in them, so the boss runs the one machine. They go through it, and I grab them and put them on a sheet, then they get put in the fridge, or the freezer, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then, one day a week we do takeout. So, and then usually while we're there making them, the people can come in and buy packs of them to take home and cook themselves. But, one day a week he does takeout. So,
nice. I'll be right back. I got to go let the cat out of the room.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Meow, 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 meow.
Go.
Is it Morris?
There you go.
Hello.
He was racked out for a while, so I didn't want to disturb him when I got started working. Because normally I just kick him out, because I don't want him to be bugging me. But he was asleep and just looked so comfortable, and I was like, "Yeah, no, I get it. You're getting away from the dog. He doesn't like the dog. He kind of bullies the dog. It's really hilarious. Watch a dog get bullied by a cat.
Is it a small dog or a big dog?
She's a German Shepherd Husky mix, so she's a medium-sized dog.
Oh yeah.
Which is
probably twice the size of a cat.
Oh no, much, many times the size of the cat, which makes it just that much funnier.
Yeah.
That the cat just kind of bullies the dog, and the dog's like, I don't know what to do.
It's like, what am I allowed to do to this thing?
Yeah,
I don't want to get in trouble for killing this.
Well, and if she does get uppity with the cat, then she does get in trouble. And he kind of takes advantage of this, and it's like, look, dude, like you could end him by accident. Oops, I hear a boop in the background. Oh, Bad Vibes is still connecting. They're having technical issues. Still, that's very unfortunate. Oh man, I'm getting there. We're getting closer to being finished here.
Well, I hate to do this to you, Tank, but I think I'm gonna take off.
Thank you very much for stopping by and sharing all your really cool stuff, dude. It's always great
no
to
problem.
see you, Rick.
Thanks for having me.
Always, anytime. If I don't have a link out in the chat, you just say yo, and I'll shoot you the link, man, for real.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Okay. We will probably see you in the next couple days. Bad Vibe says, I am bot.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let me see.
Later.
Oh, there you are. Awesome. Later, Rick.
Okay. God bless.
God bless. All right, everybody. Make sure you go check out Cross Comics across the net. Often, sometimes listed as Comics Cross. Great stuff, as you saw. Great stuff. Entertaining. That's on, man. We want the We want to be entertained. Being entertained. Whew, I'm starting to fade again because I am under rested, but like I said earlier, I woke up because I was dreaming about work. And why I made the hook reference in my my title over X of I had an apostrophe. Lightning just struck me brain. Yeah. Oh no, because I this is my third attempt at coloring this. And I didn't like the way it was coming out before. And really kind of just bothered me. Not coming out. I didn't like it, it didn't look right. it didn't gel with me. So I kind of like nixed where I was at on it. Uh-oh. Your phone get dumb again? Yeah, it did. Bad vibes. You fell. Fall down, go boom. Fall down, go boom. Yeah, phones, dude, StreamYard and phones, um, it just has a lot of issues. It's very, one, it's very resource in, on phones. There, boop, there you are. Very resource intense. It's not optimized code.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay. I now you've gotten into far more detail than I did, but
Yeah, no,
I
I liked your thing.
now I went back and I went and I cut layer by layer. I went and cut the belts, the pouches, the
Nice.
leotard, the whole 9 yards. I think this one has a little bit more. It's mine is still more subtle than yours, but I think you'll like this as soon as I get it done.
Cool.
Give me just a second.
Well, you know what? If you're game, we'll throw it in the run for the official coloring, and we'll let the senior project editor pick. And if that's the case, then yeah, you could make some money off of that for real.
Well, you
Actually, a little piece
yours.
of the pie.
Well, yours is uh, far more detailed. Mine is a fast and dirty. Oh, I'm using Photoshop. Uh,
Right, but detail doesn't always win the day. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like it honestly, it comes down because we've got another colorist working on this as well, and I'm in competition with them. I mean, I mean, the way we've got it set up here in the early stages is that everybody is everybody involved in the companies kind of take a small cut. That way, we've got a little bit of extra. The companies getting their cut, so that way we can put it back into the company. Because honestly, we want to get like we've got the UK printing sorted out for the apparel, but we want to get the US sorted out. But we got to pay setup fees, and then once the setup fees are done, dude, we're in business. That's done. It's done for life. And I mean, I'll even say which company we're going through for that. We're going through Redcon One Apparel, which is owned and operated by a tank brother of mine, who's a retired. He's a retired first sergeant, and he he owns his own uh, apparel business outside of in Texas, outside of a major military.
okay,
So
I sent
yeah,
sent the image that I just did. Again, it's a little more focused, but I think it has a little bit more realistic shadowing because I used like I said, I cut layers and then I did drop shadows. It's in
nice,
the chat.
nice. Let me I'll go there in just a minute. I want to make sure that I'm not missing any detail on this phase, the coloring. Make sure that I got everything here. Um, I'm cooked, dude. And
Well,
again,
you did it to yourself. There's only so
yeah,
much sympathy you're going to get.
right. No, hey man, sympathy's in the dictionary with shit syphilis. If I need some, I can go look it. I'm just
You'll get all the empathy, but I don't give
right.
sympathy.
That's right. Yeah, no, and I mean, even if I don't get this done, I'm okay with that. It's just that I was having one of those lucid dreams, where even in my sleep I was working, and and it got to the point where it's like, you know what? Nope, I'm just gonna get up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go make some coffee, grab a smoke, and jump into the office and just go to work. If I need to go grab a nap before Rex's show, I'm gonna do that. Do taking the root beer floats
Now,
for
see, you're
dinner.
getting far more detailed than I get because for as much as I love my tablet, it's really limited on how far it can really get into. So I
No, I
played a
dig
little
that.
dirty, fast and dirty, but I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but maybe it might even be something you might be able to overlay, do a little more, little transparency with and overlay it.
Right? I'm kind of going with like a non-grainy color pencil. You know what I mean?
Right. You're
Um,
you're doing a soft lead shading.
yeah, pretty much. I'm in right here. Boop boop highlights. Boop 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 boop. Beep bop boop beep boop. I'm NPC. I'm joining Blue Sky.
You're not already there?
Dude,
I'm
like
kidding.
honestly, like my opinion when it comes to like Blue Sky and Gab and Truth Social is like, dude, those are echo chambers. And hey, if that's your jam, I ain't gonna stop you. But if you're trying to have like an honest, open conversation, don't fool yourself. You're not gonna get it there. You're gonna
No,
get
no.
an echo chamber, and if you do encounter dissent, they're gonna get dogpiled so fast that they're not gonna be around long.
Honestly, I'm almost tempted to join Blue Sky if it weren't for the fact that I would be banned in like two sentences. I would do it just because. Okay, and this is where I think conservatives kind of got because Facebook used to be Blue Sky. What Blue Sky is today,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
but pound for pound, I actually love walking into an offhand fight because it doesn't matter what the numbers are. If the facts are the facts, they will win out.
right. I can see it. Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, like with the echo chambers, they don't care about facts. It's all about whatever their propaganda told them to think, and it doesn't matter if they're right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are people that are totally right on Blue Sky. They're absolutely correct. This thing was wrong, but there's no there's no genuineness to it. It's all BS, and it's silly. It's silly human stuff. I'm just like, okay, you can do that, but don't fool yourself into thinking that this is genuine conversation, and you're actually going to reach some profound thing. You can only get that in open debate. And honestly, the only place to do that these days, and this wasn't always the case. This was like up until quite recently, until Musk bought the place, dude. Like Twitter was leftist heaven. They ran this joint. They ran the joint. No.
Well, and that's and that's what I think is the funniest thing about Facebook, or as late to the party as Zuckerberg is.
Mm-hmm.
Zuckerberg really even before Zuckerberg stepped out and said, "Yeah, okay, I'm gonna kind of side with Trump and not censoring anymore." Right? The right
Mhm.
was already winning Facebook over long before
Yeah,
Zuckerberg stepped up.
yeah, and that's a lot of that has to do with like very successful defamation suits that were going on. That Facebook was not the target of the defamation suit, but the a lot of the court evidence that had been presented really did put Facebook in a precarious position where it did leave them open to a secondary suit of like once they win this suit, they're coming after Facebook next because Facebook enabled it. And then there's the whole thing of like, well, Facebook was complicit in wrongful information at censoring actual information, like when it comes to things that we still can't talk about on YouTube, but like the 2020 plague. While that was going on, dude, I was reading the Journal of American Medicine of Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA. That's something that I still read to this day. I mean, I did a lot of research into like biology and genetics and all this other stuff when it came to the Scalpel Zero story. So I did get a little bit of an education on some of these subjects, and so I now have like a genuine interest in uh in this stuff, and I still need to pop open the dictionary uh quite often actually,
Well,
but I can sit down and read a scientifically peer reviewed document and go, oh, that isn't that interesting.
Well, this is why I'm kind of surprised at the left. The left has gone total authoritarian, because it was the left. It was talking about vaccinations and autism and all this stuff, and now
Yeah,
it's the right. And I'm going, hold on a
yeah.
second. And now I've been pretty centralist. I'm not sold yet on the autism aspect, but
No, it's
one
it,
of
it
the
is BS. It really is
but
BS.
but I will die on this hill. Okay, I fully believe, because I mentioned earlier, sickle cell and malaria, right?
Right.
Sickle cell. The reason it's so prevalent in certain cultures and ethnicities is because sickle cell anemia is a natural
It
genetic
it's an
defense
evolutionary
against.
response.
It's a defense against malaria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those people survive. Okay, and the NHIS has a study that, because humanity has gone through many different plagues, and
Oh yeah.
okay, and one of the things that I believe, there's a group of people that have a gene that's shut off that regulates the immune system. For most of the average human being, um, it responds according to the threat, whereas a person with that gene shut off, it's all or nothing. And
Yeah. No, and yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
okay,
And you look at people go, oh, like my eldest has Crohn's, right? And they're in their early 20s, and they have Crohn's, and it's like what? And it's funny because they're smart. They're really smart. They're like, dang it, why did I have to have an ancestor that survived the Black Plague?
well,
Because
okay,
that's where the genetic abnormality of Crohn's comes from. It's
okay.
your immune system's trying to kill you.
Well,
You know.
here's the problem, and this is where I have to side with RFK Jr. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and vaccines. Okay, we need to do a little more genetic research,
Yeah.
because if you look at the ingredients in vaccines, okay, you've got human DNA, human lung
Mm-hmm.
tissue, primate DNA. You've got
Mm-hmm.
shellfish, yeast, all the primary natural sugars. You've got egg
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
components. You got bovine DNA. Okay,
Yeah.
and if you stop and look at all those things, right? Right now,
No, and that's the
allergies and
thing.
autoimmune issues are a multi-billion-dollar expense a year, and there's over 125 million people that's documented that have some heightened, debilitating autoimmune or allergy issue.
Oh. Yeah, no, and it is big. Oh, okay, that was you. All right, Here we're getting there, man. We're getting there. I just have a little bit more to do, but unfortunately, I'm looking at the time, and I've run out of time to work on this right now. I'm gonna have to come back and do it later. But
Okay. Well, before you take off, take a look at mine and see how much you can borrow off mine. For
that's for real quick. Hold on. Let me open image in new tab. Let's go ahead and save image as and download. Yep, save. What's JPEG small? Save image as and go .jpg, because if you want to save it as not a JPEG large or JPEG small, you got to go just .jpg. Because Clip Studio is very particular as to what kind of file format it will read. Whereas I also use GIMP. I've got the latest version.
How much RAW do you do?
How much what?
RAW, W-A or R-A-W?
Yeah, that's file compression format. I got that. I use 7-zip. It's free.
Okay.
And it covers all those file formats. So I can archive or decompress anything pretty much.
One of the things I like about RAW is the fact that it's a true pixel for pixel representation. It's not compressed.
Yeah. Well, for uncompressed images, I go to the original. I use bitmap BMPs because it's not compressed. That's a large file size, but it's uncompressed and it is pixel for pixel, information for information, absolutely pure. And like you say, it's raw. It is. You're getting the pure image there. So yeah, I think this is coming out good, but I'm gonna have to go. I got to get on with
life
in the day. Yeah, well, I'll be over on Rex in an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be over on Devil Flyer in an hour and a half, so everybody can go on over there and come hang out. And I'll could be working on this because I got to get after I'm done with this. Then I've got to get get a couple of production pieces for Rex done because he's got a campaign coming out soon. And then once those are done, like the pencils are done, then I gotta get them printed out, and then I'm gonna ink them analog, and then I gotta get all that stuff shipped out to him. So, under the gun. If I'm not living under the gun, I'm not living. So, everybody out there in TV land, thank you very much for joining me. Bad Vibes, thank you very much for joining me, man. I
enjoy the conversation. Whether it's, I can pretty much talk about little bits of everything.
Right, it's fun. It's fun to have some conversations, talk about interesting things and whatnot. And we had some wonderful people show up in the audience today, saying hi, and that's really cool. We had Rick Piper come up on the stage, and it's always great to meet Rick. I love that guy. He's absolutely fantastic. But I'm gonna get running here, and
all right.
I'll see everybody later. Thank you guys very much. Remember to check out my links in the description below. There's some cool stuff, and as the show grows, I'll be adding more links. All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.